with the CVOEO.
Joe Larkin with the development team.
Sorry, I'm having momentary, here we go. What? Did that go up there?
Yes.
Okay.
Success.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting for me. Hi. My name is Cara Alnastrawi. I'm the Director of Community and Economic Development. You have met the people who have joined me at this table. It has been a little bit since we've given you an update. And so we are here today to do that, to mostly to let you know that we have finally fulfilled all the due diligence items in our pre-development agreement. And we're here to share with you, most importantly, the conceptual vision for the redesign of this block. This conceptual vision has also is what is fueling the conceptual construction cost, which is the sources and uses that was also submitted as part of the package this evening. And then we will be addressing next steps as we explore the viability of this project. Do you want to talk through these?
Yes.
All right, there we go. The pre-development agreement was signed in March of 2024 unanimously by this body. It was extended twice so we could execute a deeper due diligence because, as you know, with these large development projects, things can change, costs can change, and we reported on our progress to council in March, and we're back again in December. So the concept, program, and design package are completed. You've probably all seen the renderings, which we'll be looking at. This includes massing, site plan, and zoning review. The sources and uses, which is also the budget, identifies a $33 million gap in financing. We also had a private consultant review these sources and uses and confirm that the assumptions behind them were relevant and legitimate, and we will be looking and evaluating ways to reduce this cost in the hopes of getting this project off the ground. The fire station relocation study is ongoing, and in these conceptual designs, the fire station is envisioned for a new adaptive reuse. And the current work, which we will be engaging in the coming months, revolves around financial modeling, infrastructure costs, phasing, economic impact analysis, bonding and funding reviews. For this, we have hired a consultant, Taft, to help us understand any sources of revenue or funding that could be available to the city and the developers. This consultant was paid for by a grant from Department of Transportation, a $1 million grant, and is of no cost to the city. And then we'll also be discussing next steps. We hope to come back in June, so in about 6 months from now, to talk about the viability and our determination as to whether this project is viable, updating our sources and uses with possible other sources of funding as recommended by the consultant, and hopefully move to a durable agreement, which would come in the form of an interim development agreement. I will now turn this over to Samantha Dunn. The developers are the ones who have created these conceptual designs, and they're best able to speak to them.
Thank you, Cara. Hi, everybody.
And I think we're going to move quickly through this to make sure city councilors have time to ask questions, but always happy to meet with folks after this meeting and go into further detail if that is of interest. The development team worked with UTEAL. It's a Boston-based design firm that now has a Burlington office that's also been doing some planning work for the city and doing some work in the South End. So while they're not a Vermont firm, they've been doing a lot of work in Burlington. When we worked with UTEAL, what we gave them was the design objectives and goals straight out of the pre-development agreement that was established, again, with City Council before that pre-development agreement was finalized. And we brought to them a concept of an urban design focus that was very much pedestrian friendly and was really about inviting people to the block, whether or not they live there, were staying there, or just passing through. So the design is meant to really pull people to and through the block as part of downtown Burlington. So this is the plan. At the far right of the screen, which is east, is South Union Street. At the left, the street going up and down is South Winooski. Main Street is at the bottom, and College Street is at the top. You'll see, of course, the library where it's always been. The church is remaining, and the fire station is remaining in place. And as Cara mentioned, will be adaptively reused for public use. There's a portion of the Memorial Auditorium building that is intended to stay. That's the east bay of the building, right along South Union Street, where the actual Veterans Memorials already exist and would remain in place and accessible to the public. The rest of the building comes down to make way for new development. What you don't see in the plan is all of the parking, the structured parking. This is not working. That is underneath that roof deck between the public space and what's labeled as the hotel in this plan. I think it's easier to see if we go to the next slide. This one is a little bit confusing, but I think important. This is a section that cuts right through the site from South Winooski up to Union Street, and that blue shape on the far right is the existing bay of Memorial Auditorium with a new community gathering sort of flex space sitting on the roof of 365 parking spaces, which are all shielded. That garage is then wrapped by hotel and residential. The orange and yellowish box on the left is more residential with commercial active space at the ground level. Yes. So these are some images, both sort of from a bird's eye view as you travel around the block and what it would look like when you're standing on the street. So you can see the intent is for the existing Bay of Memorial Auditorium to be revitalized as it's been historically, and that would remain a public entrance to the project. At the bottom there is the same thing. You see the historic fire station facade that would also remain as is, get some TLC, much needed TLC, but those are the views that you would see. All of the development, the new development on the block is pulled back a bit to make sure that these historic buildings, the church, the library, the fire station, and that existing portion of Memorial Auditorium stay sort of front and center, with the new construction pulled back to be in line with them instead of right up to the street. Yep, thank you. What you see, the image, the pedestrian level image on the right here is what would be happening right in the center of the block. And when you were looking down on the plan, you could see there's, a wide open plaza that then connects to a new park with this sort of, essential shade structure in the middle to draw people in. This would allow for activities like farmers markets or skating, and just be generally available to the public, and would be programmed space that was accessible. And this final plan kind of brings us back to where I started, and it takes the design goals and concepts from the pre-development and just shows visually how they were incorporated into this conceptual vision for redevelopment. And I think that's it for images.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I was like, that's different. As Cara said, and maybe there was a headline that, right now, when we brought this conceptual vision forward for cost estimating, we worked with Whiting Turner, who's currently building the Burlington High School project, very familiar with the market, and did all of the evaluation that went along. There are lots of assumptions within the conceptual design. We have identified about a $33 million gap in the budget, which is what we would say the project is not currently financially feasible. So while we've checked all the due diligence feasibility boxes that were in the agreement, we know we're not in a place like, okay, we're going to start building this project. We're not there yet. I think we, as the developer team, are really excited about this vision and excited about continuing to work with the city to evolve the project so that it is financially viable. As Cara mentioned, that will be doing a lot of work with the city's innovative financing consultant, which we're really excited to get started with, and then work on our side as well. There's some sort of early value engineering that could be done. In that section, you saw the parking went, quite low into the ground. We've already talked with the cost estimator. If we remove the lowest two levels of that, we shrink that gap by another $11 million. So there's always, room, and this is such a big project that you can get to big numbers quite easily. So in addition to those design changes, we'll be looking at how there's new opportunity zone legislation that came out. One of the, I would say, one beneficial thing maybe that we've gotten in the last year from the federal government, certainly for this project. So there's work that we'll be doing to better understand how that OZ legislation will impact the numbers of our equity numbers in the project. And then we'll be looking and have already started talking with some folks to bring in additional development partners to the project, which will bring capital and also likely evolve the design. So part of the delay in getting here was, do we want to show a design when we know we can't build this exact design? And we decided, yes, we want to really give an update, but be transparent that this design is going to continue to evolve as we continue to wrestle with how the project is made financially viable.
Great, thank you. I think that's all we have at the moment, and we can open it for questions.
Great. Thank you very much for that presentation. The pre-development agreement on this item was one of the early actions I took as a city councilor, so it's very exciting to see the presentation here this evening. As mentioned, we did a public forum set for a time certain of 6:30. It's 6:27 right now. I think, why don't we see any councilors who want to get in the queue or ask any questions on the item. As mentioned, we won't go beyond 6:40, so we'll start public forum no later than then. But do any councilors want to get in the queue on this item? Councilor Schachter, and then Bergman, Barlow, and then Grant. Go ahead, Councilor Schachter.
Thank you, Council President Travers, and thank you, team, for being here. And it's really exciting. I know I've been excited to receive this update since being sworn in last April, just knowing this was on the horizon, representing the East District. This has a real impact on my part of town, and it's really exciting to see this starting to take shape. I think this is a truly vibrant block, and we have such important community partners, adjacent, as we've talked about. The church, the library, we know the Y is very nearby, Church Street's not far, we've got so much happening. So I'm wondering if you, if you've had conversations with some of these partners, sort of what that's been like, or what sort of you see those partnerships perhaps shaping into as this project moves along.
Sure, thank you. I think at this point, we have been in ongoing conversations with the library throughout the process. As everyone, I think, knows, the library has their own work that they're doing, some of it happening right now with that historic building, but they've got big redevelopment plans themselves, mostly on the interior of their building, to become a true 21st century library. And we have been in sort of regular communication with them about how their designs are evolving, how our designs are evolving, and how they're going to meet up. At this point, they're very excited about the opportunity to potentially program the park that sits between the library and the church. We've also been having conversations with the church. You can see we have taken over their surface parking here. This is not a done deal. They are interested and excited about the opportunity. We, of course, are proposing that we would replace that parking within the structured parking for them, and there's a playground in that park that would be dedicated to their child care center when their care center was operating and then open to the public. The rest of the time. We've honestly been waiting to be able to give this update publicly so we could have a conversation with their larger congregation to share that vision and continue those conversations.
Awesome, thank you. And yeah, I guess just a public and open invitation that as this is moving forward, if there are ways the council can be supportive and help with breaking down barriers or moving things through, glad to support however I can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. Councilor Bergman?
Thanks. Thanks for all this work. It's really hard to pull this stuff together, even though it's very preliminary. And the one question that I've got relates to the parking as well. So I just would like in materials going forward, supplemental, they don't have to be now, is just what the total number of spaces that we have right now, looking at all the lots, private, library, the muni lot on the corner there, what
On the
park,
block.
what the parking is going to be underground, what the, whether it's going to be shared use like we might have on King Street. So that kind of details, the extent to which we can integrate this into our downtown parking concepts as we're making the evolution. And I have been a fan of reducing parking, but there is a limit under which you cannot do that, and it doesn't make any sense. I get that.
Yeah.
As I get older, I realize I need to have some parking.
Yes, that makes sense. And I'll say that we, at this time, are certainly replacing all of the public parking that exists on surface parking lots on the site within the garage. We do anticipate there being shared use parking because that's the most effective way to park in our downtown. The number of spaces fluctuates. I can give you a number. It was currently 365, and then I talked about taking a couple levels out to save 11 million, so it will continue to fluctuate.
Sure. So I think that, what I'd be looking for is just understanding of sort of the ebb and flow, so to speak.
Yep.
And where this is moving, as you start to cut, then whose ox gets gored, and we just need to be able to be clear about that. Okay. And we'll leave it at there for now. Thanks.
Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Barlow, then Grant, then McKnight.
Thank you. This is really exciting to see the thinking that's gone on since we last met with you all. I had a question about the relocation of the fire station, and in the sources and use document, is that in the building? Any relocation costs, would that be in the building line?
No, that wouldn't be. I think historical tax credits related to that building are in the sources and uses.
And do we know what we're modeling for a replacement cost is right now?
The cost of a replacement?
Yeah,
No.
because wasn't there some?
Yeah, there is. So I
representation?
can give a brief update. We do have a separate consultant that was hired with grant funding that is doing a feasibility study of a combined public safety facility. That is Unbeknownst to me, that was a larger and more arduous process than I had known. It involves things like the turn radius of a fire truck and sally ports for the police department. Right now, we are looking at, we have some possible site locations identified in the city. And then we're also looking at what it would look like, because it would be such a large facility, what it might look like if it was two separate facilities. So we're not quite there yet.
And I understand that, and thank you for that clarification. I guess I'm not asking my question right. Is there a contribution that's anticipated from this project toward the
You want to
relocation,
address
and
that?
what's the amount of that?
There is not currently a contribution in this budget that's dedicated towards a new fire station.
Okay.
The pre-development agreement contemplates a potential relationship in helping to support the development of a new fire station, but it's not in this budget.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. At the moment, I have just Councilors Grant and McKnight in the queue. Was there any other councilor that wanted to speak on this item? All right, so I think we'll try to finish then with Councilors Grant and then McKnight, and then we'll be able to turn to public forum. Councilor Grant?
So, the fire department, I feel like we're changing what we initially said about the fire department in terms of the support in the budget for a new place for them. So I would just strongly recommend, before we can really make any decision, like the fact that that's not taken care of yet, that we haven't determined that, and I understand that it takes a long time to determine something like that, but it has already been a very long time. So I'd be interested in hearing the possible locations that are being scouted out and how the fire department has reacted to those possible locations. Even I understand it might have to be an executive session and that's okay, but I think we are overdue for an update with regards to that. That obviously is a very, very important building. It does have a lot of issues due to, maintenance that was put off until, unfortunately, like their cement floor started collapsing, right? That's not okay. So the issue with the fire department, that needs to be front and center. You can't ask for a vote without having that resolved. You were copied, Kara, I know you were copied on an email on Friday concerning a question about land lease. If you could please reply to that and copy all of the council. I think that's a very, very important conversation, and it is important to people in the city. Do we have an estimate on the number of residential units and the mix? Has that been proposed yet?
Do you want to take the residential?
Yeah, do you want to speak to the land lease?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to the email that you referred to first. The city has no intention of selling this land. Should we move forward with a durable agreement with the developers, that development agreement would envision a long-term lease situation. So there are no plans, there never have been plans to sell this land. This will be retained as city property.
The current concept design has 103 residential units at this time. It accounts for the 50% inclusionary zoning, if that's what you mean in terms of mix. Again, we didn't put the anticipated program front and center because we know that it's going to continue to evolve, but that's the number right now.
Okay, and does that include the residential units in the residential building and the residential units in the hotel? Or is that only for the residential building?
That's all of the residential units on the site right now,
Okay. And I'm sorry, what was that number again? You said 103?
103.
And good to know about the inclusionary units. The mix, I meant studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom.
That has not been determined yet.
Okay. And the last thing I'll say is just a feeling I have. I just am all like, another hotel. I mean, we really need residential units. And another hotel right now is, and I know I'm not the only one in my community that has that concern, that is the only option that we can come up with. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. We'll finish with Councilor McKnight.
Great. Thank you all for being here. I echo Councilor Barlow's comments that this is just really exciting to see all come together. I parked in one of those parking lots that's going to now be a big building tonight, so it's just funny to think about how that walk from here to there will change, and I think it's for the better. I'm really excited to see that that the design incorporates a lot of the historic elements, both in the auditorium and the fire station. I think that message was loud and clear from the public, that we wanted to see that be maintained, and I'm impressed at how well it was maintained. I'm wondering if you could walk us through, the timeline in your memo is really focused on kind of developer actions and council actions. What are the next steps in terms of putting this in front of the broader community and either inviting input or just having some further listening sessions? I think that the main reason I'm asking is because we know we're going to get input and feedback, whether we invite it or not, and I think we should invite it. And this is such a big project that community buy-in at every step of the way is just going to be really critical for the long-term success.
Yes.
So if you could walk us through that, I would love to hear it. Thank you.
Great. Do you want me to take it? Sure. Yes, to be clear, we got to this place based on a lot of public input. So just letting you know that we took all the public input from the sessions that we ran, and that is what fueled this conceptual design. For me, I think what would be important is for us to look at the sources and uses and look at the viability and see what might need to change on this and then take that out. Because already, if we're already talking about saving 11 million by reducing the 2 underground levels of parking, we don't want to, again, we struggled with showing these designs right now, knowing that they will change. And I think now that we have the sources and uses and the $33 million gap, means that it's currently not viable. We would like to tweak this a little bit so that when we're actually engaging the public more directly, I know not everyone is watching this and doesn't look on Civic Clerk at night, that we will have something that's a little bit closer and has a smaller gap. However, we did not want to refrain from sharing this at this point just to show the progress. But point well taken, yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Are there any parting words from the team here? Otherwise, greatly appreciate the presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Marikara, appreciate this. Samantha, always good to have you back. Gumi, your first city council meeting, so welcome. And Joe, appreciate your being here as well. I think we've seen in the Burlington Square project, for example, what committed local partners who care about our community can do. And it's great to know that you and Eric remain committed to this project. So thank you for being here as well. Thanks. So appreciate folks' patience. We had warned public forum for a time certain of 6:30, but we had started this meeting 10 minutes late. So we'll now open public forum at 6:42 p.m. I will note at the outset that we do have a public hearing this evening on the city's open space plan. If I had to bet on it, which I'm glad I don't have to bet on city council timing, I anticipate we'll get to that public hearing around 7:45 or so. So if folks want to participate in that public hearing, please stick around and you will be more than welcome to do so. If you're here for that public hearing and want to speak at public comment, we'll receive your comments now as well. But if you do want to participate in the public hearing, you don't have to fill it out, but if you want to get in the queue, there's some separate pink slips there at the table, which you can fill out, but you don't have to do that. We'll also just open the floor and folks can come and take a seat when we get there. In terms of the regular public forum, under our council rules, we will first hear from Burlington residents who are here at City Hall, and then among Burlington residents online. We'll then repeat that process for non-Burlington residents. As a reminder, in order to participate in public forum online, you need to have signed up at least an hour in advance. Each speaker will be provided 2 minutes, whether you're here in person or online. If you are here in City Hall, please come to the table and make sure the microphone in front of you is illuminated. It should have a green light on the microphone itself, and pull the microphone close. If you're online, I'll let you know once you've been unmuted. When providing comments, please direct them to me as the chair and not to any other individual. It's important that City Hall remain a safe place for those who serve, those in attendance, and those watching our meetings. The council certainly respects and values diversity of opinions and perspectives on public issues. We ask, however, that all comments be free from individualized attacks, hate, harassment, obscenities, or other derogatory language about other people or groups based on any protected characteristic. We also ask that any public comment avoid conduct which is unreasonably loud, disruptive, or discourteous. If I interrupt a speaker at any point in time, it will be to ask respectfully that they proceed in accordance with these rules. If public comment continues in violation of these rules, I reserve the right to end public comment at that point in time. So with that, and I should confirm here, I have Jim Carrier signed up for public hearing. Would you like me to wait, or would you like to do it now? Okay, so I'll put you here then. So we have Solveig Overby is our first Burlington resident, followed by Charlie Messing.
My name is Solveig Overby, for the record. You all know me. First of all, I want to commend CEDO Director Al-Nasrawi about her commitment to only considering a ground lease for the development of anything that happens on this 3 acres of prime downtown Burlington property. That was one of my major concerns, that we plan for the future of what could happen in the long run in Burlington. So that will never be a sold property. Thank you very much. My second comments were going to be about the fact that we never did have a request for proposals for this development. In fact, this has been a sole bidder arrangement, and there seems to be, based on what I'm hearing from the enthusiastic embracing of the project, this council is willing to just go along with that arrangement. I'm actually shocked. The magnitude of this project should have been a public request for proposal, and this hadn't happened. So my question is, are you going to continue to extend the deadlines for this developer so that they can you can find a way to get them a profitable project? That is a big problem for me. And I hope that by June, you actually get around to doing a proper request for proposal so that you can have other options than just one developer, despite how popular they are and how people think that's great. I am shocked that you are not willing to go along with that. How quickly we forget. A year and a half ago, and I communicated with all of those. There's 4 council members who know. You are agreeing to a project that you did not follow proper procedures with a request for proposal that other people could read and actually follow. The terms of the pre-development agreement are the ones that were in the 2019 grant gateway block proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Messing, who will be followed by Jim Carrier.
Hello, Mr. Chair, and everyone else. I really like Memorial Auditorium. I wish for its return. If the structure is too weak, I think we should build a replica in its place. We should have a club in the basement for the youth to hang out and play music that we wouldn't want to listen to. I think these things are very important. I'm sure Jim Lockridge, RIP, would be on the case about this. They dedicated decades. It was a really long-running, nationally known club. As for the auditorium, having seen Springsteen there in 1974, I have fond memories of the place. And having toured it in its decline, I would say we should replace it and have a new memorial auditorium. We still need the return of the number 11 bus so that people have access to the hospital and the airport and the second half of the hospital, which will now be remote on Heinsberg Road by I-89. People can't get there easily. Nope. If you use the shuttle, a half-hour appointment took me 5 hours. I do not recommend it. Thank you for everything, and yes, I was in all those public input meetings, and we should have more choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Carrier, who will be followed by Romeo von Herman.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Madam Mayor and the council members. I'm Jim Carrier. I live on the New North End. I have a couple of comments tonight. First, I want to express my disgust that the Green Mountain Boys and their F-35s are being deployed to support a U.S. invasion of Venezuela. This was the company that fought the British 250 years ago. The North Koreans, the Chinese, the Japanese patrolled the world during the Cold War and the War on Terror and helped guard New York after 9/11. To be used as a chest-pounding exercise to promote a warrior ethos that does not honor women or people of color will someday be remembered as a dark chapter in the history of Vermont's Guard. Second, I want to thank the mayor for speaking out against the cruel and racist attacks against Somalians and Afghans by President Trump and urge you collectively and individually to do the same. In this holiday period, a time usually described in terms of peace and goodwill, people of color and many immigrants in our town are afraid. I ask you to read this little booklet that I wrote for the Southern Poverty Law Center, 10 Ways to Fight Hate. This is not a good housekeeping list of holiday cookies. It is the collective wisdom of every major human rights organization in the country. It begins with act, do something. Silence and apathy will be interpreted by the perpetrators and the victims as acceptance. It goes on to say, join forces, educate yourself, pressure leaders, stay engaged, teach acceptance, look inside yourself for biases and stereotypes, and commit to disrupting hate and intolerance at home, in schools, in our workplaces, and communities of faith. It's available online, and I've made copies for each of you with your permission and Catherine's. I'll leave copies here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Romeo von Herman, who will be followed by Bruce Wilson.
Good evening, or rather good afternoon. Mr. President, councilors, mayor, fellow Burlingtonians, I hope I can read through this, what I just wrote. I'm here in reference to item 6.11, ordinance for unlawful entry into a motor vehicle. Mr. President, repeated criminal behaviors must be treated differently than isolated incidents, such as car breakings are not mistakes or time lapse, especially when done multiple times. It demonstrates that a pattern of intentional conduct that warrants an escalated response, issuing repeated tickets from $250 to up to $400 does not do anything meaningful to alter bad behaviors. In order to protect residents, while mental illness and drug addiction or homelessness may help explain some of the behaviors, it does not interrupt harmful behaviors. I call on the council to seek other ideas in dealing with this issue. So thank you.
Thank you, Romeo. Our next speaker is Bruce Wilson, to be followed by Andre Clark.
Hello, everyone, city councilors, honorable mayor. First of all, I want to talk, that guy who will talk about the Memorial Auditorium, God bless his heart. 242, I was on the board for 242, and my college program, United College Club. We did events at the Memorial Auditorium Annex, and over 500 college students, UVM, St. Mike, Champlain primarily, were the only ones who came. And now we have no place for those college students to go to have drug-free, alcohol-free events. And Davidson is only hold 300, so. And I missed the Memorial Auditorium Annex, and we, like I said, over 500 students, college students would join there. They were lying around the corner like a fish was out there. But thank you, sir, for presenting that. So I was going to talk about some events today, but I decided, talking to the Honorable Chair Ben, that I'll wait until we get more information. But so I do want to say, Art So Wonderful, which I'm the director. I'm also your Vermont Human Rights Commissioner, in case you didn't know. Bruce Wilson, Human Rights Commissioner for the state of Vermont, appointed by the governor. Anyways, so our murals that we promised the city council that we were going to do, 5 of them, we did do them, as well as if you go down to Asiana House, you see this cool birdhouse mural down on Asiana House. It's so nice that that was done. And also, we just did one on 207 College Street. It's still in Thorson Way. It's called Lady Bird Creative. You see those cool ladybugs on down coming up the alley. And so I want to ask you that if you come up, go check out the alley down there. Go check out what we're doing. It's a personal dream of mine to clean that dirty, filthy, nasty alley up that was one time full of graffiti and everything. Now it's so nice. And if you look at our murals, you find no graffiti on them. You know why? Because Art's So Wonderful are professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Our next speaker is Andre Clark, who will be followed by Nolan Rogers.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andre Clark, Ward 2. I'm formerly unhoused, worked in low barrier shelters in the city under multiple organizations, and I'm the founder of Street Cats Burlington. I'm here today for 2 reasons. To urge the city to change its emergency cold weather shelter opening policy from -10 degrees to 0 degrees, and to advocate for immediate seasonal shelter capacity for the duration of the winter season. The city's current benchmark for opening emergency cold weather shelter is not in line with many of the operating partners across the state who are using 0 degrees or higher as their guidelines to open emergency shelter. The guidelines from the state specifically say that shelters can open at 0 degrees as long as they can operate on nights where it is -10 degrees or colder. What is preventing the city and its municipal partners from opening emergency shelter on these dangerously cold nights? If it is financial, what does this say about our priorities? Does Chittenden County really value money more than they value human life? I understand that it is logistically and fiscally challenging to both operate emergency cold weather shelters and open a seasonal shelter for the winter, but we have no choice. People are going to lose their lives if we don't act now. Are we okay with this? I've heard this body say that this is not a Burlington issue, and Burlington alone cannot and should not be the only one responding to the crises we find ourselves facing. I agree. And I am calling on neighboring cities to support Burlington in keeping our unhoused neighbors alive by offering either a space where shelter can open or financial assistance as we work to increase seasonal shelter capacity. This is the first year in a very long time that there is no seasonal shelter. Do we really need to lose more of our neighbors before we act? This is not who we are as Burlingtonians, as Vermonters, or as decent human beings. We must take care of each other. Please change the emergency cold weather shelter policy to be in line with the rest of the state and open a drop-in shelter immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Our next speaker will be Nolan Rogers, followed by Jack Tiano.
Hi, I'm Nolan Rogers in Ward 3. It seems really exciting that the memorial block is getting some real progress done on it, so that's super cool to see. I hope that goes smoothly and expeditiously. I wanted to mention the status of the tax fairness ballot item. I urge you to go forward with that and put it on the ballot. I'm really excited about that. And I just want to say that certainly we should really strive to evaluate the fairness of our property taxes in this city. I would urge the council and whatever committee and mayor's office does do the hard work on this, I would urge them to look at the assessment process and kind of start from the beginning rather than adding additional layers on an already complicated system. Property taxes in Vermont are not terribly straightforward, and they change year to year significantly. And the assessments, the assessment of the value of all of the properties in the city are a little bit wishy-washy. It's not really cut and dry, and it's a bit subjective how these properties are valued. For example, some of the land-only sales of properties in the city are, which have recently been sold, are valued at almost 50 to 60% of their sale price, which is obviously not a fair market assessment of that value. So please streamline and make more straightforward the assessment process and keep all of this data public to the citizens. And thank you for all your work. I'm really excited about that memorial block.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jack Tiano, to be followed by Joan Shannon.
Good evening. My name is Jack Tiano. I live in Ward 5. The main thing that I wanted to talk about tonight, and it seems like it's not actually having a decision made, is the recycling program. There's an update, I believe, on the agenda tonight. I kind of gave this spiel to the TUC and the Public Works Commission, but the thing that stood out to me from the memo from DPW is the part where it says that it doesn't have the capacity to do all of the things that it's tasked with doing. And so I personally feel like it's not productive to ask them to do work that they don't have the capacity to do. And I also feel like it's really important, and it is within what we should expect of our city to maintain ownership and control over the recycling program and expand that to consolidated municipal collection over time. And so this dissonance between wanting the Public Works Department to have the capacity to do what it needs to do and the fact that it can't, and wanting to have this program remain in-house, says to me that I think that, there's so many competing priorities financially for the city, but I feel like our one path forward is to grow and to facilitate that growth equitably. We need a Public Works Department that can actually build the fundamental infrastructure of the city. And so I don't know what the upcoming budget season looks like, but I imagine it's going to have a lot of hard decisions to make again. And despite that, I think that we need to find a way to give DPW the resources that it needs to do the jobs we're asking it to do well. And so when it comes time to make a decision on what we do, I hope that if you also believe that the Public Works Department should maintain the recycling program, that you're also ready to fight to get them the resources they need to do that well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Our last Burlington resident here in City Hall is Joan Shannon. We will then turn to Burlington residents online. We have 3 Burlington residents online in Sharon Busher, Emma Walcurry, and Robert Bristow Johnson. But first, former Councilor Shannon, welcome back to City Hall.
So nice to see you all. I think it's been 23 years since I've been on this side of the table. It's actually a lot more nerve-wracking over here, believe it or not. But I am here to thank you for the tax fairness proposal that will lower my taxes and will lower all of your taxes too, I think. You'll also be lowering the taxes for the 2 cash buyers of $400,000 homes that I sold to in the last 6 weeks. And you'll be doing this at the risk of raising rents for renters and increasing commercial property taxes. I do believe that commercial properties should pay more, and they already do in Burlington. They pay 120% of their assessed value is taxed rather than 100%. And I believe we recently doubled the rooms and meals tax, a 100% tax increase for rooms and meals. I think that the way to get commercial properties to pay more is to make them more successful. I don't think the way to make them more successful is to increase their taxes beyond what has already been done. You are the stewards of our city. Putting a proposal for regressive taxes that further degrade our commercial tax base is ill-advised and irresponsible. I do appreciate the acknowledgement in the proposed question of whose taxes will increase. I can assure you that the tax decrease will not target low and moderate income taxpayers, but it will benefit myself, all of you, and my cash buyers. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. We will now turn to Burlington residents online. The first Burlington resident online is Sharon Busher. If we could please promote Sharon. Or I can also promote Sharon.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can. I'm just getting the timer up here.
Okay.
Sharon, and okay, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I wanted to speak tonight on two items, memorial and recycling. I just wanted to state, even though this isn't up for a vote, I still support the in-house recycling option. As I stated at the Board of Finance, I include this as a top priority for DPW, so it's consistent with the memo that talks about how they need to focus on top priorities, and I'll leave it at that. As far as the memorial block, I remember it's the gateway block, and although I know everyone is excited about something happening there, I have to express some disappointment. It was, as you drive down Main Street, there'll be a lot of walls of tall buildings, and I don't see that as inviting. I see there are limited opportunities to engage, to draw the public in. But I really feel that that it needs more work. And what I wanted to state also was I wanted to thank them for saving a small part of Memorial Auditorium. But I want to say, I really believe this is the time to engage the public. This is a plan, but it's going to change, and hear from the public as to what they like about the plan and what they don't like as you modify it, as you move forward to make it more affordable. I really feel that the public gets excluded, and it's our city and it's our block and it is the gateway to Burlington, and I want to get it right. And I don't believe that this is right. I worry about the library not having any room to expand. The fire station was going to be saved anyways. It's historic. So I hope there's more time and more discussion around parking also. I don't think it's adequate. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Our next Burlington resident online is Emma Corey, who will be followed by Robert Bristow Johnson. Emma, you should be able to now unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Dr. Emma Corey, Ward 6, speaking tonight with deep concern for our unhoused neighbors who are currently suffering in the freezing cold outside. Tonight, I'm asking our City Council to take immediate action for a low barrier winter shelter in Burlington through the rest of the winter, to increase the temperature benchmark for opening the shelter from -10 degrees to a minimum of 0, and to approve funding for a new recovery shelter. Our most vulnerable community members, our unhoused neighbors, are a special group of humans who deserve safety and dignity. Many of them are dealing with complex mental health issues, chronic health conditions, and limited mobility. They are part of our city. They reflect the health of our city as a community, and we are collectively responsible for their care. Sadly, we are socialized to fear them and hide them rather than to care for them in loving community. Mutual aid organizations who often deal with pushback for existing and being visible are now carrying the burden of caring for our unhoused community when the city cannot or does not. This model of relying on unpaid volunteers for such a heavy need is not sustainable. Imagine camping outside with your family right now when you go out. It's just inhumane. Please consider the impact that this has on humans and families. Existing daily in this condition is dangerous and life-threatening. How can we expect our most vulnerable neighbors to do this? They deserve better, and we must take action. City Council, please come together and work to come up with immediate and creative solutions to keep our unhoused neighbors sheltered and safe. And for residents listening, take the time to get to know our unhoused community. Talk to them in the street and learn their stories. Take action and support them when you can. It is unthinkable that we have so many neighbors sleeping outside in the cold. They are humans and they deserve to be alive, safe, and loved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Curry. Our last Burlington resident online is Robert Bristow Johnson. We'll then return to City Hall to non-Burlington residents in Finn Hamilton and Brian Clifford. But Robert, you should now be able to unmute yourself. Please go ahead.
I think I did unmute myself. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm kind of taking an opportunistic moment. This is going to be about the Transportation, Energy, Utilities Committee meeting tomorrow. But I just want all of the councilors to be aware of this. So they're considering removing many streets that were classified as unaccepted or private streets from the city maintenance schedule, and that would include snow plowing, but other stuff. And my street, North Cove Road, neighboring street, the North Avenue extension, like where Charlie's Boathouse is, and Elbow Street did you ever know that there was an Elbow Street in Burlington? Is included along with, say, University Heights, or the private driveways of large condominium associations, say like North Shore or Clare Point. And you need to be aware of the difference in the history and how these different private roads came to be. Of course, these condominiums, they were when they were given permits to be built, the city forced them and the owners to have a condominium association where they could pool their resources together and then, say, pay for private snow plowing. And University Heights, of course, it's owned by the university. That's a different thing. North Cove Road is not like that. That was subdivided 90 or 100 years ago. It was completely ad hoc. We do not have a neighborhood association. We can never make a neighborhood association that we could compel everybody to join. We have no way of together paying for these kind of services that we are receiving, like snow plowing. And so if this goes the wrong way tomorrow, there'll be some very unhappy constituents that we'll remember on town meeting day. Have a good day.
Robert, as mentioned, we'll now turn back to City Hall to non-Burlington residents. Our first speaker there is Finn Hamilton, who will be followed by Brian Clifford. We also had one non-Burlington resident signed up online in Karen Sita. I do not see Karen online at the moment. Karen, if you are online under a different name or number, if you could please use the raise hand function. Thank you. But first, Finn Hamilton.
Thank you for letting me speak with you guys tonight. I am a resident of Essex Junction, and I'm on the Essex Junction Planning Commission, so I've been doing stuff like this. I'm here to talk about the Memoriam Auditorium block. I think that this will greatly benefit the community. Right now, as Memorial Block is, it's not like it used to be. There's like graffiti on the buildings and some broken windows, and I feel like this project will sort of bring back life to that auditorium, and with pedestrian park, all that sort of thing, I think that will greatly benefit the community. And Essex Junction, we are doing something similar, making our city more walkable and more bikeable. So I feel that this will benefit the Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to Burlington, Commissioner Hamilton.
You're welcome.
Our last speaker is Brian Clifford.
Good evening. I guess first of all, I'd just like to echo everything that Andre and Emma just spoke about. I'm not sure I can say it better than they did, but whatever the city can do to open both drop-in shelter and emergency overnight shelter at warmer temperatures would be very vital. There's just people out there losing fingers and toes right now. Hundreds of people are living with the constant risk of hypothermia and frostbite. A man in Barrie died last week, and despite how resilient people are, it's kind of a miracle. It's only a matter of time before somebody dies here too. So I'm hopeful that we can get this done. The other thing I'd like to talk about is automated license plate readers. I hope that council and mayor can back away from their pursuit of these technologies. I'm trying to educate myself about these things, and what I'm reading is that most of them are very bad news and scary, and subject to abuse by law enforcement agencies outside of Vermont's control. I don't know what vendor is planned on being used, but from what I've been learning is a lot of this data goes into databases that are nationally accessible by law enforcement, and you could see how that might cause problems. Certain systems have been used to feed people's location data to ICE and to monitor movements of people seeking abortions. I feel like this is a situation where city officials have responsibility to convince us that the systems are safe, and I'm concerned that there might not be kind of the understanding or knowledge to do that, and I urge you to seek independent research and experts on this matter. I can recommend some that are connected to a nationwide movement that has shut down contracts with these technologies in 12 cities, if you want. I just think we need to be focusing on other things, and this is just going to be another kind of messy political battle, so I think we should avoid it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm going to be closing public forum here in a moment, and will suggest that perhaps we then turn to the City Council with Mayor presiding, if that works for you. Councilor Broderick will then turn to our Local Control Commission and Local Cannabis Control Commission. We did have one additional speaker signed up for public forum in Corinne Sita online. Corinne, I do not see you online. If you're there under a different name, if you could please use the raise hand function. All right, not seeing you, we will go ahead and close public forum at 7:15 p.m., noting that we will open the public hearing later in our agenda on the open space plan. We do have a couple other meetings that I just mentioned that we need to turn to. So to turn to the City Council with Mayor presiding, I will briefly recess the City Council meeting, and Mayor, turn the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Let me just pull up this agenda. All right, and with that, I'm going to call to order the City Council meeting with Mayor presiding on December 15th, 2025 at 7:16 p.m. Our first item is the agenda. Is there a motion on the agenda?
Move to adopt the agenda.
I heard two of you at once, but Councilor Bergman moved and Councilor Travers seconded. Thank you. Any discussion on the agenda before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Any opposed, nay? And as I suspected, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. On to our second item, the consent agenda. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Moved by Councilor Travers, seconded by Councilor Bergman. Thank you. Any discussion on the consent agenda before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. On to our only deliberative item, which is the commission appointment to our Board of Health, term expiring June 30th, 2028. Are there any, and just a quick reminder of how we do this, of course, we take nominations from the floor, and then we take nominations from the floor, then we see if the nominee is here and would like to address the council and mayor, and then, of course, the nominee needs to prevail with, in this case, the votes needed to win the nomination, and if we have that in the first round, then that closes that seat, and if that nomination does not receive the appropriate votes, then we go on to a second nomination. So with that, are there any nominations for our Board of Health position? Councilor Bergman.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Rachel Bolton.
A nomination for Rachel Bolton is made. Is Rachel Bolton here and like to address? Would you like to come on up, Rachel? And while we're not timed necessarily, we would love to just hear from you briefly.
Thank you for your interest.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your nomination. I have been working in public health for the past 8 years and in health education since I was 16, starting as a hotline worker on the suicide hotline and moving into supporting my peers who are survivors of sexual assault. And then for the past 8 years, I've worked with people who are unhoused and use drugs. I know that the overdose crisis is affecting all of us and is affecting Burlington. And I believe that my experience working in harm reduction settings and working with a variety of different key players in us trying to find a solution can be really helpful. I bring experience from a big city to Burlington, which is a small city and is still navigating big city issues right now. And so I believe that I am a good fit for the role. I also am very skilled at communicating about different health issues. So beyond drug use and homelessness, have worked to develop the COVID response plan for an organization I worked for, and making sure that our health policies reflect evidence and reflect what the community needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. We appreciate that. So as is our practice, I will open up for discussion on the nomination. Councilor Bergman, did you want the floor back?
Just briefly to say, I have been very impressed with Rachel's resume, and although I don't know her, what she presented in all of the resumes that we have, all of the applicants, really does speak to the needs that we have and the job that we have given our Board of Health along the range of issues that we've asked them to attend to. So I'm really appreciative of her experience, her interest, and her ability to lay that out in a resume, which is not really easy to do either, and speaks to those communication skills that you've got. So I hope we can get behind Rachel and appoint her.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there any other discussion on the nomination of Rachel Bolton to the Board of Health? Councilor Chavez.
Yeah, it's not necessarily with respect to this particular applicant, Mayor, but I'll just note that since I became a city councilor, one of the most difficult aspects of the job has been when we have these board and commission appointments and have so many qualified applicants, but only one position to appoint folks to. So I wanted to take an opportunity to note that if you are among the 5 of the 6 who do not receive an appointment this evening, that I do sincerely hope that folks will continue to engage in this process. I do think one of the reasons we have so many qualified applicants for this board in particular is because of the great engaged work that our current Board of Health has been doing. That includes with respect to their taking an opportunity as a board to actually review all of the applications that were received for this position and to get this council a recommendation on their preferred candidate. I will not be, well, I don't know if that candidate will be nominated this evening because I'm not sure that they would secure a sufficient number of votes, but it does leave me with a sense of perhaps needing to consider, and I know that Councillor Litwin and others have been thinking about how we may be able to improve our board and commission's nominating process such that when we have a board like the Board of Health that wants to engage to the extent that they have sufficient opportunity to review the applications of individuals who may be joining them and to provide us feedback with sufficient time for the council to consider it. And so wanted to note that as well as to express my thanks and gratitude for the work that's been done by the Board of Health here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, then I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Barlow.
Abstain.
Councillor Bergman.
Yes.
Councillor Broderick.
Yes.
Councillor Carpenter.
Abstain.
Councillor Grant.
Yes.
Councillor Litwin.
Abstain.
Councillor McKnight.
Abstain.
Councillor Newbeezer.
Yes.
Councillor Schachter.
Abstain.
Counselor Singh,
Abstain.
City Council President Travers,
I abstain.
Mayor Mulvaney Stanek.
Yes.
5 ayes, 7 abstentions, and 1 absent.
Thank you. And with,
Sorry, Mayor.
is there a point of information?
It's just a point of information. I do believe
go ahead.
Councilor Kane is online.
Yes.
Counselor Kane, thank you. Lori, did you get that?
Is that his?
Counselor, do you want to call, Counselor Kane, well, I'm going to recognize you, and if the clerk can call the roll for Counselor Kane?
Counselor Kane?
Yes.
So 6 ayes, 7 nays.
Thank you, and thank you, Counselor Travers, for catching that. Thank you, Counselor Kane. So with a vote of 6 to 7, the nomination does not receive enough votes for this role, so I will go back to opening a second round of nominations. For folks following, you need 7 affirmative votes for the nomination. I was just checking my math. So are there any other nominations for the role of Board of Health term expiring June 30th, 2028? Counselor Litwin.
Thank you, Mayor. I couldn't have said it better, so thank you. President Travers, this is really the most impressive pool of applicants I've seen for any position in the 2 years I've been on the council, or almost 2 years. I would like to nominate Dr. Kate Tracy. I don't know if Dr. Tracy is present in person or on Zoom. I'm sorry I couldn't be there tonight. If she's not, basically I would just say Dr. Tracy is the Senior Associate Dean for Research at the University of Vermont's Lerner College of Medicine. I want to thank Tiffany Delaney, my longtime friend and former colleague, who's the head of their Office of Inclusive Excellence, I believe is the name of the office now, for bridging us. She comes to UVM by way of the University of Maryland School of Medicine. She's a professor in epidemiology and public health. She's the vice chair for research services, epidemiology, and public health, and heads the division of preventative medicine. She is a strong advocate for harm reduction and access to behavioral health. She's deeply committed to promoting health equity through targeted outreach, and she shares my concern that I think is of many to leverage public health approaches and resources to address safety and health concerns impacting the downtown business community. Having had the opportunity to speak with Dr. Tracy about her background and interests, I found myself incredibly grateful that someone with her expertise and commitment to people, particularly the most vulnerable among us, was fantastic, and including in Peru, where she just wrapped up an impressive maternal health project, the country, not the town. And I believe Dr. Tracy will bring many additional but overlapping skills as well to the board, including an expertise in public health policy, conducting high-level research so that we as policymakers have the best information possible to guide us. And I hope that her, if appointed, that this would further bridge our relationship between city and the School of Medicine, so that we can have just a strong response to the public health emergency in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Is Dr. Kate Tracy here or online? Hello, Dr. Tracy. Do you want to come up and, it's totally up to you. This is an optional part of our process, of course. Welcome. Welcome.
So I wasn't sure how this all worked. So Evan, thank you so much for the kind remarks and the nice summary of my background and expertise. And thank you to all of you for considering my nomination this evening. As Evan mentioned, I'm the Senior Associate Dean for Research in the Lerner College of Medicine here at UVM. I had a long career at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I was a researcher and a leader and worked particularly with vulnerable groups of folks. I'm also a taxpayer and an engaged citizen. And so when Tiffany Delaney engaged me about the opening with the board, I thought this was a great opportunity. I'm fairly new to Vermont. I've been in role almost 3 years. I live right here in the city, and I see this as a great opportunity to bring my many skills and talents and expertise to being an engaged citizen in the community that I chose. When I took the position to come here as the Senior Associate Dean of Research, I had had a great career. I had a job, and I said, where's the Harry Potter wand if I could be anywhere that I wanted to be? And I chose Burlington for a lot of the amazing features that it has. And I see this as a great opportunity to give back. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. We appreciate it. Thank you. And I failed to do my usual scripted mention that per, was it Robert's Rules or Council Rules? Doesn't matter. There's only one affirmative vote that councilors and the mayor are allowed to cast in a nomination process. So people have the option of a yes vote, a no vote, or an abstention vote, just for that little clarity. And with that, a discussion on the nomination of Dr. Kate Tracy. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman?
Abstain.
Counselor Broderick?
Abstain.
Counselor Carpenter? Yes. Counselor Grant?
Abstain.
Counselor Kane?
Abstain.
Counselor Litwin?
Yes.
Counselor McKnight?
Yes.
Counselor Newbeezer?
Yes. Or, apologies, abstain.
Counselor Schachter?
Yes.
Counselor Singh?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
Mayor Mulvaney Stanek?
Abstain.
Seven ayes and 6 abstentions.
Thank you. And with 7 votes, that is enough for the nomination to Dr. Kate Tracy to the Board of Health, wherever you went, in the back in the corner. Congratulations. And I do want to echo what Councilor Travers just mentioned. We had a record number, maybe it's not a record, but it's a record since I've been here, of applications for this particular role, and it's an off-cycle nomination to fill a vacancy. And I just want to thank every Burlington resident who put their name forward for this opportunity. I want to thank both Rachel and Dr. Tracy for their interest in this role and putting yourself forward and their nominations. And we will continue to improve this process to make sure everyone can have an opportunity to serve their community. So with that, and no other items for the City Council with Mayor presiding, I will adjourn the meeting at 7:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Before resuming the regular City Council meeting, we do need to sit as the Local Control Commission and Local Cannabis Control Commission. We'll first turn to our Local Control Commission meeting and call that meeting to order at 7:31 p.m. And Commissioner Broderick, as Chair of our License Committee, could I turn to you for a motion on our Local Control Commission agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Schachter. Seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are any opposed? That carries unanimously. Commissioner Broderick, could I ask you for a motion on the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Schachter. Is there any discussion on this item? We will go to a vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Seeing no other business before the Local Control Commission, we will adjourn that meeting at 7:31 p.m. and at that same time call to order our meeting as a Local Cannabis Control Commission. And Commissioner Broderick, could I ask you for a motion on this agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Schachter. Seeing no discussion, we will go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. And we only have a consent agenda on this meeting as well, and Commissioner Broderick would ask you for a motion on that item.
I move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Schachter. Is there any discussion on that motion? All in favor then, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Seeing no other business before the Local Cannabis Control Commission, we will adjourn that meeting at 7:32 p.m. and resume our regular City Council meeting. The next item on that meeting is item 4, Mayor, General City Affairs. And Mayor, I will turn the floor to you.
Thank you very much, President Travers.
So as I usually do, I wanted to begin with a community safety and health update. And we did hear from public comment, several residents and folks from outside the city concerned about our ongoing emergency and our crisis really around the number of unhoused individuals living outside in these weather conditions. I want to share with the council and the public that last week I called an emergency meeting to discuss solutions for supporting folks who are unhoused in our community right now and trying to live outside on the streets during the winter. I called the meeting on a Tuesday, it happened on a Wednesday, and over 50 local providers, elected leaders, state officials, faith leaders, a few of the city councilors, our UVM Health Network partners came together to brainstorm how we can collectively advocate to the state for more funding and resources, but also how we can continue to figure out other options to bring to the table. I really appreciated everyone's participation. It shows how deep care in this community that was echoed in some of the public comments offered earlier in this meeting. These conversations are ongoing. I appreciated a couple of new variations, ideas tried in other cities. Financial resources continue to be a constraint to be transparent in this process. The negative 10-degree mark was something the city took an extra step forward last winter when the state was set at a criteria of negative 20 degrees. Again, the state is offering continued support up to 0 degrees, but with no additional resources as such. It is a very hard formula to make when you're determining how cold will the winter be. No one has a crystal ball, and we have to maintain this ability to open, if we open an emergency cold weather shelter at a higher degree. Now, I want to say again, we're working really hard to find some innovative solutions to put some more things on the table, not only for extreme cold weather scenarios, but also for seasonal sheltering. There are currently proposals to open some more high barrier shelter beds this winter. So in terms of more housing coming online, sheltering coming online, there is some progress there, but the biggest need for over 200 people, that is the last count I heard, for unsheltered people living outside is low barrier shelter. So this is where our focal point continues to be. I also want to share that today, actually in this room earlier today, the City Circle training took place for community volunteers, for which I really appreciate people's interest in helping us stand up this new alternative response for both holding folks accountable who violate municipal ordinances, but also doing so through the lens of our Community Justice Center's work around accountability, but through compassion and through empathy, but also getting to some root causes and providing solutions to folks who are violating, again, low-level issues within our city. We had about a half a dozen people in that training that I was able to meet, including also staff from the CJC. They were training and role-playing and getting ready to launch on January 5th. So that will be our first beginning of a weekly city circle process, and I look forward to seeing their progress and seeing what we learn in this new effort that I, again, appreciate the City Council updating ordinances to allow us to bring this online. We also have heard, again, in public comment and in other places, feedback on an initial idea around license plate reader technology. And most constituents that have reached out with questions around what is our city's interest, why are we pursuing this? And I want to just share some high-level reasoning here around why we want to begin to explore this option. Our police department would like to explore this use of technology for specifically traffic enforcement. And specifically, we know if you've been traveling along the Beltline, which is Route 127, we have speeding issues, we have traffic issues, we have underlying safety concerns when coming to people's driving habits. And it's causing some concern with red light violations, with rolling through stop signs. The crash data indicates there's problematic intersections throughout the city. And we're trying to figure out innovative ways to use our limited human capacity while looking at technology in careful ways. So the department would not use the mobile LPR systems. It would only be using the traffic cameras that we already have in and throughout the city. And I wanted to say and be very clear, when I was a legislator, we began I think it began before my time, but in the committee I served on, data privacy was beginning to be an issue that Vermont needed to get back in the front of the line, if you will, in terms of states taking on these concerns, especially with the acceleration of AI and other kinds of technology. And I continue to hold that position that we need to proceed so carefully in terms of data privacy. So we're only at the beginning of starting this conversation. We're researching data protection elements, and we will only move forward forward if we can maintain control over the data, that we can find a company that can provide a tool that has the firewalling we need to protect data, and no other entity will be able to access this data for unintended purposes, including immigration enforcement. I just want to be very clear that we are pursuing this very carefully. We've already connected with lawmakers, the ACLU, and immigrant rights advocates who share those same concerns around data privacy. And of course, I welcome additional information and insights, including from folks who offered those tonight. So this is just the beginning, and I want to make sure that folks know that we are with you with knowing how important it is to stay on top of the data and understanding the unintended consequences. I want to just move a little bit to some additional updates generally from the city. You'll hear later tonight 2 resolutions, one specifically related to fiscal year 27's budget projections. But if folks are interested and have the time, I encourage you to look at an initial presentation offered by CAO Catherine Schad and myself this evening at the Board of Finance to give you early projections of what it's looking like for the next budget. There we shared 2 important figures, and I held a press conference last week, which was probably even more insightful to go back and watch because we had a bit more time than at Board of Finance. But those 2 important figures were a projected $10 to $12 million budget gap for next year. This is a sizable gap yet again on a budget that is only around $107 million for the city's operating expenses. And we go into detail about how and why we got there, but we wanted to make this number public as early as possible, earlier than last year, to really work in partnership with the City Council, with our city employees, with our unions, and the public for innovative ideas of where we can look for both cost savings, but also new revenue sources. The second number I should say, Councilor Bergman will share later on a resolution item of a proposed tax increase on our police and fire splinter taxes. And that is very purposeful and carefully proposed, and we'll speak to more of that later this evening on your agenda. Tonight is not an ask for action on that item. The motion would be to refer that tax increase concept to the Board of Finance to do further review. This week, we are interviewing human resources directors to make sure that, applicants, I should say, to make sure we can continue to expedite this process and finally find a permanent director for this role. I continue to be appreciative of Lynn Reagan, who has held the longest interim department head role since I've been mayor, and she's been very patient and very much a good leader and steward of that department. I've been able to go on a few site visits with our workforce in terms of folks on the front lines, which continues to be a very important opportunity as mayor, and I encourage city councilors, if you can find the time, to be able to meet with our hardworking city staff in multiple ways. This includes folks at the Burlington City Arts. I did a walkthrough and tour of our Pine Street location, some really great and innovative opportunities for the members of the public to engage in the arts. Took a tour of Winooski 1 hydro plant, which is very cool inside. I very much encourage you and be okay with some very tall views into both the fish ladder and into the generators inside the dam. But it is very innovative to be able to see where we're generating electricity and, frankly, how things like climate change impact things that used to be very steady and reliable. The drought actually took that offline for generating electricity for the city for a number of weeks. I was also able to do another ride-along with the Burlington Police Department during the day and get to see some of the policing work, but also just the status of our fleet. I was riding along with an officer, and this is not a knock to the chief, who's probably sitting behind me. Well, maybe somewhere. There he is. He's still back there. This is not a knock, but I happened to just be in a cruiser where the equipment was failing repeatedly. And so when we, again, look at the fleet investment on the operating side of the budget, there is a reality check behind that around deferred maintenance, but in general, deferred investment in our fleet. You can see it literally as you walk alongside or engage our city staff, and they deserve to have working equipment to do the work that we're asking them to do every single day. I want to just mention, some of you were at the council were able to join us. We met with our full Burlington legislative delegation last week to share the legislative priorities you all unanimously endorsed with our senators and our state representatives. I think almost everyone was able to attend, which is a good way to start before the session begins. So we look forward to working in partnership with them. And then in terms of just a couple of feel-good moments to just share around good things happening in our city, I was able to spend a couple of hours with our Church Street Marketplace director, Sam McGinnis, going up and down Church Street on Saturday for a bonus small business moment. This city was hopping downtown. I really appreciate both locals, both here in the city, but also from around neighboring towns, coming and bringing their economic, adding to the economic vitality, I should say, and coming down and visit and shopping and eating right in our downtown. The support was shining that evening, and I really appreciate people continuing to do that during this holiday season and beyond. And thank you to Sam and her team for helping to set up what I think was a good opportunity to go out and show our support as a city. I was able to visit King Street Center. I encourage, again, city councilors to check out one of our very important youth service providers or agencies in our city. They've really been expanding their offerings, not only to pre-K age kids, but also K through 5. And the coolest thing, they've really expanded their high school program. There's an ACE program that they run that exposes young people in our city to all types of different types of employment, opportunities beyond college. They've been able to do some partnerships with our fire department, which is cool, to create some of these pipelines that are so important for our local youth to see themselves possibly being future city staff in the fire department ranks, within DPW. I know DPW did a recent visit at Boys and Girls Club a career event as well. I also want to thank again, as we have every year, the Pomelo family, who put on the 45th holiday party for families and young people in our community this last weekend. 45 years of partnering with the city to make sure that low and moderately income families don't go without, that they can have some brightness during this season. Santa was there. Lots of good events for these families to just feel celebrated and supported. So thank you again to that family and their foundation for that ongoing support. Two very last things. I also appreciate the menorah lighting up at the UVM campus and the Jewish community who convened to light the first night of Hanukkah, and happy Hanukkah, of course. This was particularly important given the tragic and hateful violence that has happened around the world, on the other side of the world, I should say, this last weekend. In Sydney, Australia. I've issued a statement this morning, but I want to really affirm that we stand for the safety and support of all folks, regardless of your faith, but also it's very important when something this horrific happens to stand in solidarity with our Jewish local Vermonters and those faith community leaders. And I was proud to be able to help light the menorah this weekend. We'll do another menorah lighting on one of the last nights of Hanukkah on Church Street, which is our public menorah. And I want to wish a happy Hanukkah to everyone and continue to affirm our commitment again to the safety and well-being of all of our residents. And then finally, just a very quick administrative update. Given the holiday stretch, the next, two of the mayor meetups at the end of the month and the beginning of early next month, so the East District meetup on December 26th and the New North End meetup on January 1st will not be taking place given the holiday shuffle, but there is one this week in the South End on Wednesday at 8 a.m. at Zero Gravity, and I look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 5 on our agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Singh. Is there any discussion on that motion? Councilor Grant.
I know there was some discussion, I was working so I can listen to the whole thing, but around the request from BCA, I just wanted to lend my voice to the concern of one particular department. When we look at the $10,000 that was at the end of the last fiscal year, we look at $8,000, and then we look at the possibility of an additional, the $5,000 that's on the consent agenda tonight and possible $8,000 at our January meeting. That's a lot of money for one department to be coming to counselor initiative funds. I also, it's really, given how quickly that this was put on our agenda, I just want to express concern that we should really make sure that these are being forwarded to all counselors. I wasn't asked an opinion of it. It was just put on the consent agenda. It also doesn't say how these buttons are going to be distributed. I understand the sentiment behind the buttons. I feel it should have been under their budget to begin with.
Counselor Grant, we're
but
really-
also to
we're not
have it.
supposed to engage in debate on the consent
Oh,
agenda. If you
okay,
wanna
well, I
engage in
didn't mean
debate
to
on the
do
item,
engage in debate, but I am saying that it would be great to have had listed or maybe still get the total number of buttons and exactly where they're being distributed, because we haven't been given that information, and I think that's a lot to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Grant. Is there any further discussion on the consent agenda motion? All right, we will go to a vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are any opposed? That carries unanimously. That takes us now to our deliberative agenda. The first three items on our deliberative agenda are permit applications, and Councillor Broderick, on these items, again, as Chair of our License Committee, could I turn to you for a motion first on item 6.1?
I move to approve the 2025-2026 indoor entertainment permit application for South End Arts and Business Association, 400 Pine Street, with all standard conditions.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, we will go to a vote. I will note that we're joined here by the SEBA Director, Christy Mitchell. So thank you, Christy, for being here, and congratulations on the new location for SEBA. We'll go to a vote then. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Councillor Broderick, may I turn to you for a motion on item 6.2?
I would move to approve the 2025-2026 tobacco substitute endorsement application for Catamount Tobacco and Convenience LLC, 75 Church Street.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Schachter. Any discussion on this item? All in favor, then please say aye.
Aye.
Are any opposed?
No.
Okay. With Councillor Litwin and Kane online and a divided vote, we do need a roll call under open meeting law. So could the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter? Yes. Counselor Grant?
Yes.
Counselor Kane?
Yes.
Counselor Litwin?
No.
Counselor McKnight?
Yes.
Counselor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Counselor Schachter?
Yes.
Counselor Singh?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
With 11 ayes and 1 no, the motion passes. We'll now turn to item 6.3, and Councilor Broderick, could I ask you for a motion on this item, please?
I would move to approve the 2025-2026 tobacco and tobacco substitute endorsement license applications for store number 1, Burlington, 457 St. Paul Street.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Any discussion on this item? All right, I will ask that the clerk then please call the roll on this item as well.
Counselor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter? Yes. Counselor Grant?
Yes.
Counselor Kane?
Yes.
Counselor Litwin?
Yes.
Counselor McKnight?
Yes.
Counselor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Counselor Schachter?
Yes.
Counselor Singh?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
12 ayes.
Well, with 12 ayes, we didn't need to do that, but it's unanimous, so the motion carries. That now takes us to item 6.4, and I bet we might get to this around 7:45, and it's 7:52, so that's not bad. This is the public hearing regarding MDP 2601, Burlington's Open Space Plan. Before turning to the public for any comments on it, I do know that we have Scott Gustin and others here. Scott, does it make sense to you that before opening the public hearing, that you and, I see we're joined by Zoe Richards as well as Dan Cahill, do you want to offer a presentation on this first, again, before opening the public hearing, or should we do it the other way around?
I'm intending to do a brief overview
Okay. So, all right. I don't know if your microphone's on.
Is that better?
It is better. Great. So, Scott, we'll turn the floor to you. Thank you for everyone who's here this evening. And then when the presentation's over, we'll open the public hearing, and I think that's the more efficient order here. If you hop on the Zoom, Scott, I can promote you as well.
So on Zoom, we should have Jill Dixon, possibly Rhiannon Sinclair, or Justina Chang.
Do you see? And sorry, who else did you mention?
Jill Dixon, Rhiannon Sinclair, and possibly Justina Chang as well. I know Jill, at least, is intended.
Yes, I do not see Justina. If Justina's online under a different name or phone number, if they could please raise their hand and I can promote them. Otherwise, I've promoted the two other individuals you mentioned.
Okay. So good evening. I'm Scott Gustin. I'm a principal planner with the Department of Permitting Inspections, and I'm here tonight with Dan Cahill, our city land steward, and Zoe Richards on the Conservation Board. And I see some of our open space fan base here as well tonight for the hearing. So I'll cue this up briefly, hand it over to agency. I think in all, we're looking at 10, maybe 12 minutes before we can open up for the hearing. So we have this new open space plan for the city some 25 years after the adoption of the original plan. This new plan seeks to build on the original open space protection plan adopted in the early 2000s and set the course for the coming decades. It has four primary themes. One is conserve, and that is to build on the conservation legacy of the existing open space plan. The other is connect. That looks to retain and enhance connections among our green spaces as we host the creation of new homes throughout the city over the coming years. We have experience to enable and enhance access to our variety of open spaces. And finally, we have cultivate to support and strengthen our local food systems. So tonight is the first of two public hearings. I think tonight will be the main event. Hopefully next month we come back for a reprise and adoption by this body. With that, I'll hand this over to Jill and company.
Hi, everyone. I'm wondering if I can get permission to share screen to show a few slides.
Sure. I think is that available to all panelists, or Jill, we may, sorry, I need to promote you to be a panelist.
Excellent, perfect.
All right, Jill, I think we should have screen sharing capability turned on for panelists, so you should be good to go.
So you just shared a request for that.
I don't see the request coming through, but Lori, are you able to approve that request?
No.
Thank you.
All right,
Great.
Jill, are you okay with if I go ahead and start?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Amazing. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Rhiannon Sinclair, and I'm really, really excited to be here with all of you, and really excited that you are taking the time with us to have this important conversation about the Burlington Open Space Plan. And so with that, we'll just go ahead and dig in. So one thing that we learned from this process, and I'll share a little bit more about what the process and what the inputs and outcomes of that process were, was that open spaces are a really important part and are at the heart of what makes Burlington special. And as Scott so wonderfully articulated at the beginning as part of his introduction, The legacy of open space protection and of conservation has long existed in the city of Burlington, and this is a really critical moment to take all of that legacy and assemble that into a new framework for the future of Burlington's open spaces. And so the purpose of the 2025 Open Space Plan was to focus on creating a framework for the conservation, management, and expansion of open space across the city, and to think about the definition of open space, and I'll share a little bit more about that in a moment. So first, we started by evaluating the system, and it really started with this understanding of the definition of open space. What do we include in open space? And it really resulted in a conversation about many things. It includes many diverse spaces. It includes your trails and your pathways and your greenways. It includes your tree canopy. It includes grasses and shrubs, your urban wilds, your parks, your shoreline, your wetlands, your cemeteries, your community gardens. It includes so much, and it's what really contributes to the diversity and the uniqueness of the system. And so part of the plan, and we'll show you these screenshots throughout, part of the focus of the plan was to craft that framework and to ensure that that framework responds to and reflects how much that definition of open space and how much that the understanding and experience of open space may have changed. And so the plan, and we'll go through this in a little bit more detail, but the plan includes a vision for this idea that nature is at the heart of the city, as well as 4 goals and a series of strategies that underpin those goals alongside an implementation roadmap that helps to articulate the tools, partners, and timeframes that are critical to making this plan a reality. So we started with analysis, we understood the system and how it works, and then we also went about, in parallel, a lot of conversations with the community. And boy, did Burlingtonians come out to have conversations about open space. They cared deeply about how they use it today, the memories that they have of their open spaces, and what they want for its future. And so there were so many ways that we, together with everyone that's seated at the table there at City Council now, and then also amongst our team and the broader steering committee as part of this effort, went to conversations with youth, had connections with organizations, met for focus group conversations, ate so many hot dogs, consumed over 146 hot dogs, and just met with people where they were to better understand what they imagine the future of their open space could be. And so what we learned from those conversations and what we learned from our initial research was that open space is critical not for just one reason, but it's critical because it offers so many different types of experiences and really contributes to the quality of life and the natural kind of look and feel of the city. And so that includes the strength of your ecological systems and spaces as habitats, the experiences it affords for families and folks that are here for the first time or that have lived here all their lives. It has created the opportunity for lots of different types of recreation. It contributes deeply to the identity of the city itself, and then also is an important part of our local food systems. And we looked not only to engagement, but also really deep analysis into the ecological systems, together with Kim Chapman on our team, an analysis of the tree canopy together with UVM to establish an understanding of the urban forest and how that has changed, and then a series of site visits and conversations with a lot of different folks who are deeply embedded in managing and maintaining and stewarding these really important spaces. And what that led to, this kind of amalgamation of community engagement, our own analysis, and observations alongside research, was this vision statement. And it's that Burlington is a nature-filled city with healthy open spaces where wildlife thrives in forests, streams, and the lake. where people enjoy nature's various offerings and eat what their gardens and farms grow, and where people and ecosystems flourish together. And with that, I'm going to turn over to Jill to walk through the 4 goals.
And so in order to create that nature-filled city, there's really these 4 key pillars of that vision. And Scott alluded to these at the beginning, but those are conserve, connect, experience, and cultivate, with overarching themes that really connect all those pillars together, including climate resilience, equity, community, connectivity, identity, and accessibility. So we'll go through and give you some of the highlights of these 4 pillars. So conserve is really all about the future of stewarding the open space network of protected lands to support healthy ecosystems in a healthy city. So you can think of this category as really being like those really big parts of the open space system, those major open spaces that are so critical to healthy waters, to healthy people, and to healthy wildlife across the city and the region. So the 4 main strategies here really focus on how to continue to grow the system, expanding restoration and management across Burlington. Conserve also looks at how to support wildlife movement across that system. And third, evolving the conservation fund to be flexible to changing needs. And then also importantly, how to collaborate to acquire more land as we think about protecting open space for future generations. So a key part of this is really understanding the existing open spaces across the city and the roles that they play in that ecosystem health. And so with the help of Kim Chapman, our team's ecologist, we took a close look at both the integrity of existing open spaces, their health, which ones have more or less invasive species, for example, which ones based on their position, their size, their shape are even more important than others when it comes to healthy ecosystems and healthy wildlife habitat. And so you can see here those spaces that are most important in that. Every bit of green really does make a difference. And these are some that have a real outsized impact when it comes to ecological health. So this includes large natural cores like Durway Island, for example. There's large semi-natural cores, that's places like the Intervale. Small natural cores, which include a lot of neighborhood and city parks. And stewardship zones, which are really about the role that neighbors around parks and open space can play in supporting the health of their local ecosystems. Connect is really, what are those additional pieces that help knit together those big open spaces to make sure that wildlife can move between them easily, to make sure that, water can flow and stay clean along the way. So this one's all about those connections in the system. And 4 key strategies here. First, really focus on the role that nature-based climate solutions can play in the city's health going forward. Second is about cultivating that ecosystem of stewardship. I think, like you heard from Rhiannon at the beginning, open space isn't just things that the city owns and manages, but it's all about many different types of green and outdoor spaces that many different owners across the city are stewarding. So if everyone can work together, that's really where the impact can be even greater. Third is really focused on the health of the urban forest across the city. We'll take a bit closer dive in that in just a moment. And then fourth is thinking about how new development and ecosystem health can really go hand in hand. We know that open space isn't just a topic that needs to be tackled in a silo, but there's a real opportunity to think about how nature-based development and redevelopment can really help support healthy ecosystems, but also meet much needed housing needs across the city as well. So this is a snapshot from the report that shows some of that deep dive into tree data provided by UVM. They took a really close look at existing tree cover and existing pervious surfaces across the city and helped show where are some of those patterns, where are places in Burlington gaining in tree canopy, where are they shrinking, and what does that mean on net for the city? And this really formed the basis of some detailed recommendations about urban forest management, understanding where those areas of tree canopy that are larger, especially with less edge area relative to, or less edge linear feet compared to their overall area, and really thinking about how to continue to increase the size and health of these important forests across Burlington. So this really detailed data helps give good guidance when it comes to managing trees across the city. And a key role here is on that stewardship front because a very large percentage of the trees in Burlington are not on city property. So this is a chance to really work together to help expand and protect the health of the urban forest. And this chapter also includes a look at how green development principles could really help both increase housing while also supporting healthy ecosystems. So you can see here a diagram that looks at how increasing density strategically could also be a chance to improve habitat restoration, creating habitat along the way, thinking about rain gardens and so on, to help really imagine a city that has plenty of space for people and plenty of opportunities for diverse kinds of housing, but also has healthy ecosystems at the same time.
All right, and now we're going to dig into experience, which was our third goal for this particular document. The goal was very much focused on expanding a variety of nature experiences across Burlington. And there were 3 strategies. The first strategy was to increase awareness about Burlington's open spaces. It was actually quite surprising to hear that there are a lot of folks who weren't aware, who didn't know that there were different, really special, unique spaces. And so a couple of actions to support that strategy. The second strategy was to grow public access to nature-based experiences and to really think about, as we share in the third strategy, how we break down some of those barriers to open space access. And those barriers or that opportunity to expand access isn't just physical, but also all of the ways that we can lean into our various different cultures and how we can create more ways for folks from different backgrounds to be able to participate. And so here, just like as Jill shared snapshots and other plan elements, we talked about the idea of how different experiences can take different forms. And we looked at it across a spectrum. And so on one end of the spectrum were your what we call big woods or wild nature experiences that you can be in the middle of this bustling city while feeling like you're just in the middle of nature with no sound surrounding you. And so those are, places like Rock Point really afford that opportunity. And then in the middle of that spectrum, the nature and park experiences. So those places like Oak Ledge Park that afford some of those pockets of nature while also spaces for gathering and being together with friends or recreating. And then on the far end of the spectrum, your everyday nature experiences. And so where you can have those long views of Lake Champlain or be able to kind of pass by a pollinator garden or small habitat for some of your more urban friendly species of animals and plants, all while being right in that hustle and bustle of Burlington. And then also some strategies that we could think about there. And so we're not going to go through those strategies in this moment, but what I wanted to call out for this particular snapshot is the big green blob that you see on the page. We tried to call out in any instance that we could moments that this plan could contribute to the upcoming comprehensive plan, which we're really excited that Burlington is embarking on quite shortly. And so just being able to acknowledge where this plan can contribute to that plan and make your jobs a little bit easier as it relates to incorporating different plan elements. And then our last goal was to grow sustainable and accessible local food systems that meet community needs. And that was our Cultivate goal. There were 3 strategies as well. The first strategy was to cultivate sustainable and resilient agriculture practices. The second was to expand our community gardens, which we know are quite beloved by Burlingtonians. And then third, to support the cultivation of alternate food sources. And here we want to highlight the implementation matrix, which at the end of each of those goal chapters, we included an implementation matrix which took each action and articulated who is responsible for leading that action, who is accountable to that action, and then who are the key partners that help to accomplish that action. And I would say that while every single one of the chapters, every single one of our goals did include a series of partners within each one, Cultivate was one that has many, many different partners that contribute to the success of those actions. And so just to highlight how we're thinking about implementation as it relates to each one. And so with that, we've given you just a really brief snapshot of the open space plan document, and we hope that you've enjoyed it, or that if you haven't looked at it yet, that you will enjoy it, because we've enjoyed making it together with the city and with Scott, Dan, and Zoe. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that detailed presentation. Scott, Zoe, Dan, anything further on your end before we open the public hearing?
Would it be best to do that in the public hearing?
Sure. I mean, and we, well, if there's nothing further from the city's presentation, I think we would go ahead and open the public hearing then at 8:13 p.m. We do have one speaker who signed up in advance online, in Sharon Busher, but Zoe, if you're prepared, would be happy to start with you since you're right there at the microphone.
Terrific. And if people didn't sign up in advance, can they still participate? I know we had Dr. Laura Hill from UVM who wanted to participate, but I
Yes.
think she's online if you...
Yes, so in the public hearing, and thank you, I should have mentioned that. So in the public hearing, the same rules apply as a public forum, with the exception of we typically don't apply a 2-minute cap in all cases to provide folks a little more flexibility here.
Great.
I'll do a timer for 3 minutes on my own computer and be flexible with it. If it's going much longer than that, we'll mention it to folks. If there's anyone here in person that wants to participate in the public hearing, we'll give you that opportunity. If there's anyone online that wants to participate in the public hearing, I do see Rebecca Roman already has their hand raised, but if anyone else wants to participate, please use the raise hand function on Zoom. So with that, Zoe, are you prepared?
I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll just introduce myself. I'm excited to be here tonight. My name is Zoe Richards. I have been working with the Core City team on the open space plan for the last 1.5 years or so. And I am a long-term member of the Conservation Board. I've been serving on the Conservation Board for 15 years. I'm a wildlife biologist by training, and I direct the Burlington Wildways Partnership. And I wanted to talk just a little bit about why good open space planning is essential to a thriving and growing Burlington.
Zoe, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you pull the microphone just down
There we go.
a little bit?
All right, very good.
Thank you.
This plan outlines strategies to keep our open spaces and ecosystems healthy and to connect people to those open spaces. One of the things that I've been working on for many years at the Conservation Board is this idea that our natural areas do critical work for the city. They cool our neighborhoods during heat waves. We're the 4th fastest heating city in the country. We varied somewhere around the top 10, along with Vermont, which is also heating very quickly. Our natural areas absorb stormwater during heavy rains, they protect our shoreline, they filter our air and water, they sequester carbon, and they support physical and mental health. Healthy ecosystems and development can be mutually reinforcing. By protecting natural areas, we lower infrastructure costs. By gaining natural cooling, air and water filtration, and flood control, it makes development more resilient, affordable, and sustainable over time. Healthy ecosystems are essential city infrastructure. They're not amenities. Just like roads or pipes, natural systems quietly deliver services every day, often more efficiently and at far lower cost than engineered solutions. Research consistently shows that investment in natural systems returns multiple dollars for every dollar spent by reducing damage, heat impacts, and public health costs. Burlington is already on the right path. There's good news to report. The Open Space Plan and the Nature-Based Climate Solutions Plan, passed a couple of years ago, clearly outline practical, achievable steps to protect and strengthen these systems. This plan is a commitment to care for what we already have. It prioritizes stewardship, restoration, smart management, often low-cost actions that deliver real, measurable benefits. But adoption of the plan is only the beginning. Natural systems don't fund themselves. Without sustained attention and investment, we risk losing the very assets that make Burlington livable and resilient. Because of climate change, a lot of our natural systems are under threat, and so that's something that we're dealing with.
In closing, adopting the open space plan affirms that Burlington understands that protecting our natural systems is not optional. It's essential to the city's health today and for generations to come.
Thank you very much.
With that, I'll pass it over to Dan.
Great.
Thanks, Zoe.
And Dan, if you could just introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Dan Cahill. I'm the city land steward. I've had the great honor of serving in that role for the city since 2011. And this is the third iteration of the open space plan that I've helped work with. So thank you, Council and Mayor, for having us and for receiving these comments tonight. So as you can all see from the presentation or your already existing knowledge of the open space plan, it has very broad reach. It touches all of Burlington in different ways, all of its residents, human and non-human, and almost all city departments touch this plan in some way. From our smallest public spaces to our largest private institutions, this plan helps us align ourselves to the future, as Zoe was telling us just now. A particular group who connects deeply with this plan are Burlington's public-facing land managers, and many representatives from those organizations are here tonight. Those entities are the City of Burlington, the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont, the Intervale Center, the Winooski Valley Park District, and UVM. And I wanted to bring that up just because as this council, as the councils before have played a huge role in open space with the open space plan. Another way that the council has played a significant role in our open spaces was in 2017 when the Burlington Open Space Conservation Initiative, I guess you could call it BOSC, was passed and created. And shortly after that, and years after that, the partners of the Burlington Open Space Conservation Initiative rebranded into what is now known as Burlington Wildways. So that 2017 resolution really kick-started a new era of conservation work in Burlington. That resolution created a framework that acknowledges that ecology isn't beholden to property boundaries, and that the vitality of our open spaces depends first and foremost on collaboration and community. So that was an important action by council, and it also paved the way for why this plan is so robust and so ready to make an impact on our community. So thank you all for the attention to this plan and for the role that you play in Burlington's open spaces.
Thank you. Before turning online, is there anyone else here in City Hall that would like to participate in this public hearing? Oh, excellent. So if we could make some room at the table, that would be great. If folks could just come up when the table's available, I think that's probably the best way to do it. And if when you take the seat there, if you could please just introduce yourself for the record, that would be great. I don't think it's, make sure the push button's on and then there should be a green light that'll.
All right, hi.
Perfect.
Thanks. I'm Duncan Murdoch. I'm the Natural Area Stewardship Coordinator for the Intervale Center. As you already know, our mission is strengthening community food systems, and we all know that nature is the foundation of our food system, and we value the health of our ecosystem tremendously. We farm down at the Intervale, growing an immense amount of food for our community, primarily vegetables. But did you know that roughly half of the 360 acres of the land we manage consists of forests, fields, hedgerows, and wetlands and trails throughout? That's a question. A moment. Lost my spot. It is my job to keep this natural area healthy, and I entirely rely on community partnerships and hundreds of community members each year to do this essential work of stewardship. How do we steward and restore this floodplain to its optimal health? One of the most critical actions to take care of this land is to manage for non-native invasive plants like knotweed and buckthorn that we humans have mistakenly inserted into our region. Plants like these, if left unchecked, alter our landscape in drastic ways by reducing biodiversity, resulting in less insects, pollinators, and birds, and food. I have been stewarding this land down in the Intervale for 10 years with a commitment to do so without chemical treatments. Only with many hands from the community and partners on this land, we have been successful in making meaningful progress together. It takes time, attention, and capacity. With our new community partners formed in Burlington Wildways and our new and old partners in our hometown universities, such as the Rubenstein School, we are developing a systematic and joyful way to manage the land we all love. We've been tracking everything, and we can't wait to tell our story, one that is helpful, hopeful, one that involves our renewed energy and connection to nature and our food systems. Come down to the Intervale, please, if you haven't already, and feel the beauty of our land so you can see firsthand what kind of future we can all have together. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll welcome anyone else coming forward who wants to participate in the public hearing. Thank you. If you could introduce yourself, that'd be great.
My name is Diane Hannigan. I am the Nature-Based Solutions Field Coordinator with BPRW, and I would like to share about the work that I do at the city as it is guided by and aligns with the Open Space Plan. The main focus of my job is to work in collaboration with city departments and other partners to create and steward ecologically resilient landscapes that generally sit outside of our core ecological areas. Essentially, my role helps to answer the question, where and how can we plant more native plants across the city to increase carbon sequestration, reduce stormwater runoff, and increase biodiversity and habitat connectivity. I work closely with the Burlington School District to facilitate student-led habitat creation projects right on school campuses. Through this hands-on outdoor programming, students help to grow native plants, plant native plants, remove invasive species, and observe the insects and wildlife that utilize these new wild spaces, all while connecting the activities to existing literacy and science curriculum. In the 2024-2025 school year, we worked with 37 unique classrooms in 4 out of the 6 elementary schools, plus the Burlington High School City Lake Semester Program. And throughout the life of this program, students have planted around 2,000 native trees, shrubs, and wildflowers, and we have hundreds more in the pipeline to be planted out next spring. Additionally, at Lakeview Cemetery, alongside cemetery staff and Burlington Wildways partners, we have established native plant lawn alternative demonstration sites. Cemetery staff helped to identify areas of turf grass where ongoing maintenance was difficult and very time-consuming. These areas now showcase a high diversity of site-specific native species that support a far greater food web than the original turf grass. These sites are very beautiful, and they are designed to be examples of what neighbors can do in their own yards. We currently are working to expand these lawn alternative demonstration sites into other open spaces across the city, showcasing the diversity of site conditions and natural communities we have here in the city. Thank you all for your attention to the Open Space Plan and the vital role that you play in the viability for all of Burlington. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who else would like to participate in this public hearing? Great. Thank you.
And let me know if I think you can hear me.
Yes.
My name is Kate Cruzy. I live in Ward 4. Some of my counselors here. And I'm an at-large member of Burlington Wildways. Many of our members are here. It's a partner organization of the Parks District, Burlington Parks, Winooski Valley Park District, Rock Point, Intervale Center, and UVM has a part in our partnership as well. And I've helped develop the potential of their Grow Wild initiative to promote and educate how to successfully add more native plant habitat across our city. I'm here to speak in support of the exciting nature-based solutions that this revised open space plan will enable, especially for us you who have a yard and members of the community who want to help make this change. Small patches of habitat mentioned several times in the plan, like tiny meadows or shrub thickets, can be fit into most public and private lawn areas across the city to enable the return of our native plant and insect diversity. But there is exciting potential in our denser neighborhoods where overhead utilities, narrow greenways, and small front yards make it impossible for shade trees to survive. Adding pocket forests in the corners of backyards could be the solution. This is mentioned in the plan, and we're hoping to create some models. These are small, dense plantings of tree and shrub saplings that will grow quickly and protect a few eventual long-lived trees that will provide the neighborhood shade that is pretty hard to grow in those neighborhoods. Lastly, our city personnel, board members, and neighbors seek vetted how-to information to easily choose the best regional native plants for Burlington's diverse soils and thin-soiled ledges, and to learn how to successfully maintain their habitat over time. Burlington Wildways Grow Wild team maintains an educational website and leads tours of lawn alternative demonstration sites hosted by its partner organizations, showing models of mini meadows, shrub thickets, and pocket forests, all examples of these small patches of habitat. Diane already mentioned Lakeview Cemetery. I hope you guys can come visit what we have going there. The public, and hopefully you too, are hungry for more information and models and can-do opportunities. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Patrick Dunseith. I am land manager for the Intervale Center. And I'm actually going to not try to convince you that nature-based climate solutions are the answer to everything. I think there's enough evidence for that elsewhere. My hope for tonight is to express my gratitude and how proud I am of our city for putting forward another powerful statement of our values and how we look at and engage with the land, but also express some thoughts on what comes next. I consider myself very lucky to see my own work and the work of my organization written into the lines and between the lines of this plan. And I feel very encouraged and enabled, and I feel more secure, and I hope you all feel more secure knowing that a plan like this exists and makes our city more prepared for whatever is to come. Through a recent role in the Mayor's Climate Advisory Committee, I can see that the way forward is often well lit, and when we have the privilege to plan, look closer at the map and plot our course, the way is often well lit by the fire of our home. But as we venture forth, right, we must keep the hearth burning so that we can continue to light the torch and venture further out into the darkness. Transformative work requires that sort of commitment. And so when we look back at past plans, I encourage us all to look at where and when and how the hearth has burned brightest. The first open space plan was written in 2000 and again in 2014. The bike ped plan was written in 2017. Net zero was in 2019. And what comes next with this plan is all of our great honor to decide. And I'm so thankful for what is already in place, whether that is Burlington Wildways, created by council, or the Conservation Legacy Fund, which has made many places in town that make me feel at home. It's protected those places, but has also begun to make contributions meaningfully to organizations like the Intervale Center and others through the grant program in 2004 and 2005. But tonight, again, we just want to highlight two strategies that I think are really important from this plan and will effectively enable what remains in the rest of the plan. The first of which is a direct quote from the summary page right at the start of the document, and that is that this plan is an opportunity to coordinate the many stewards and landowners who contribute to the open space network. You've already heard that collaboration is at the heart of all of this work, and ultimately organizations like the Intervale Center, Rock Point, Municipal Valley Park District really effectively create a multifaceted and deeply integrated network of community and volunteers that really make this work possible. And I'm so thankful to the conservation team and BPRW to keep up with that work and live into that work every day. But this work is contingent on all of us continuing to elevate and emphasize collaboration as a core component of this work. And then even more specifically, under the Conserve Section Strategy 3, to evolve the Conservation Legacy Fund to be flexible to changing needs. This is really critical and in my mind is the first step to enabling the open space plan. As a taxpayer, this is a clear opportunity to get more bang for our buck. The Legacy Fund needs to grow alongside the budget. And for the next phase of conservation in this city, we need to move into a stewardship and tending the lands we've already protected kind of mindset. There are fewer large acquisition projects on the horizon, and we should be focusing on the capacity that we have to again protect the lands that we already have as part of our city's open space plan. Continuing to evolve the grant program in connections with partnering organizations is an incredibly powerful tool, is highly efficient, and activates existing capacity to accomplish all of these plans' many goals. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We'll finish with folks here in person who want to participate in the public hearing, and then we'll turn online. At the moment, I see Rebecca Roman as the one individual online with their hand raised. If anyone wants to participate online, please use your raised hand function. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lauren Chakoti, and I'm the operations manager for the Winooski Valley Park District. So I just wanted to take as a moment as an organization named in the open space plan and a partner of Burlington Wildways to just inform the council a little bit more on what the Park District does. The Winooski Valley Park District is a public nonprofit and incorporated Vermont municipality whose mission is to conserve and protect the lands and waters within the lower Winooski River Valley for stewardship of natural areas and the establishment of parks that connect people to the outdoors. As a municipality, similar to the Chittenden Solid Waste District, the Winooski Valley Park District is made up of 8 member communities in Chittenden County, including Burlington, Colchester, Essex Junction, Essex Town, Jericho, South Burlington, Williston, and Winooski. Together with our member municipalities, we collaborate to conserve and connect the region's natural landscape while providing public access to trails, parks, and waterways. The Park District was established in 1972 and today manages over 1,750 acres of permanently conserved lands within 18 regional parks and natural areas in our member communities. In Burlington, we manage 468 acres of conserved land in 7 natural area parks, including the Ethan Allen Homestead, Salmon Hole, and Riverwalk Trail, and Durway Island and Durway Cove. The Winooski Valley Park District's regional collaboration allows us and its member communities to share expertise and resources to protect vital ecosystems, improve access to nature, strengthen resilience to climate change. Our parks serve as outdoor classrooms, recreation spaces, and green infrastructure that help sustain clean water, biodiversity, and community well-being. Municipal plans, like Burlington's open space plan, help guide the Park District to be the most effective in supporting our member communities' goals for conservation and opportunities for nature connection. Thank you for your support of the Winooski Valley Park District and the open space plan.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in person that wishes to participate in this public hearing? All right, I should have mentioned that we do have one person who signed up in advance in Sharon Busher. So Sharon, we'll turn to you, and then Rebecca Roman, and I see individual L. Hill with their hand raised. So Sharon, we'll go to you first, and you should be able to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I signed up for this right away because open space is at the core of who I am. When I got on the council initially, Bernie was mayor, and I was known as the counselor with green sneakers because I valued open space and saw the value that it added to projects, especially affordable housing projects, where there was little land for people to enjoy, to either garden or to have playgrounds. And oftentimes trees were eliminated, and so there was no shade. And so I saw the need to blend open space and housing and not have them at odds with each other. I also recognize the fact that open space had no access to funds in and of itself. Developers had money, but open space didn't. And so put forward a question to the voters saying, would you dedicate monies towards open space? And they overwhelmingly said yes. It took a while from that vote to the time that actually an open space plan was developed. But what happened in the interim was an inventory of parcels that were available for development were provided in executive session. And so the Conservation Board had an idea of what lands we might want to preserve to give some breathing room to our community as we grew. It has become even more paramount today with the change in zoning that we preserve open space. Many people don't have access to open space where they live, and so they're very dependent on open space that's publicly available to them. Some of the people who don't have open space where they live also don't have means of transportation to go outside of the city, to go to the mountains or wherever else they might want to access some place to enjoy fresh air. So to me, open space is key. This plan, and I want to thank Jill Dixon. I think she is incredible. They hired the Conservation Board and the staff hired the right person for Burlington. She gets us. She worked really hard, and the plan that was produced is one that I hope that you all can enjoy. I know you have a heavy agenda, and this is a light item, but it's an important item, and it really is at the core of who Burlington is, as others have said. The Open Space Fund used to just fund purchasing parcels. It expanded to incorporate a land steward, to incorporate community gardens. So we've expanded the use of that fund, but we haven't grown the fund. And today, in today's world, there are more uses. There are grants that are given, as some people have spoken to. So I know, you're facing a budget gap, but this is a need. We need to balance density with open space, preservation, and potentially acquisition of new. And I think you need to balance those two. So look at how open space is funded, and I hope that in the next year or two, this fund can increase to meet all the demands that we have put on it and want to have it fund in the future. I wanted to cite one of the other things that was mentioned as far as how we are heating ourselves up. Well, the more we develop and take away that grass and put concrete or structures, it increases the heat index. That's the fact. And development right now, it's made easier if you can clear cut and you don't preserve the trees on that parcel. Now, I'm not saying you have to preserve every tree, but you heard in the report that most of the trees are on private property. So we really need to enhance the tree ordinance to say that there needs to be a permit to remove a healthy, note healthy, mature tree. That needs to happen sooner than later because more and more trees get cleared. And a twig is planted, and that's not going to provide shade. That's not going to reduce the heat index. So this is serious business, and it has been for quite a while. And Burlington has circumvented that, and I think that's to our detriment. There also is in the plan a talk about an idea of a blue certification for residential properties to reduce runoff. I think these are tangible items. And so the plan is a plan to read, but you note that the only value to this plan is if it's an action plan. And each department was cited in that matrix of how they need to couple with conservation or parks and rec or whatever to enact an outcome that is necessary for our livability. So I hope that this plan certainly will get supported tonight, but more importantly, that somebody needs to make sure that it gets implemented. That's key. Lots of things can get adopted, but if they're not implemented, then we have wasted our time and energy. And I hope that doesn't happen with this plan. I am so supportive of the Conservation Board, the staff, the consultant, and all the people that spoke tonight who are authorities and have added to the value of our open spaces and how we use them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon. We will now turn to Rebecca Roman and then Elle Hill. Rebecca, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi there. My name is Rebecca Roman. I am the chair of the Burlington Conservation Board. I've been on the board since 2017, and I am so grateful to be part of the work that we did on this plan. I want to second everything that Dan and Zoe laid out in their comments about the benefits of nature-based climate solutions and our green spaces. And I also really want to thank Jill and Ree and Scott for all of the fantastic, and Dan and Zoe for all of the work that they did working so closely on this plan. The Conservation Board was a critical part in giving feedback and directing things, but those folks really carried the load of the work, and this, I'm so proud that this is the plan that we're walking away with. And that they did it leading in a collaborative and thoughtful process and put the community's voice first. We had so many tabling opportunities, and they were such a joy to be a part of. Our green spaces and our parks offer Burlingtonians a connection to place, and they offer a place to meet and be outside and recreate and just be in community in town. And there's something to be proud of. And so I just want to express my wholehearted support and the board's support for this plan, and thank the City Council for your support of the new open space plan. I know this plan will successfully direct the city to manage our green spaces effectively and efficiently so that we can support a more resilient Burlington into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The last individual we have raising their hand for the public hearing, I believe is Laura Hill, but I see it here as Elle Hill. If you could please introduce yourself, and you should be able to unmute.
Hi, everybody. Yes, Ben, this is Laura Hill. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Great. I'm Dr. Laura Hill. I'm a plant ecologist and a member of the senior teaching faculty at the University of Vermont. I'm in the Department of Plant Biology in the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. And our mission, our college mission, is to take a planetary health approach. And this is just basically an understanding that the health of people, the health of our community, and all the living things in it are linked. And the best way I've found to embody this concept of planetary health is through teaching service learning courses in plant biology, especially as our climate changes and locally our flood risk increase. And the open space plan and previous iterations of the open space plan addendum focused on nature-based climate solutions has really provided me over the last few years with a roadmap to partnerships. Many partners are in the room and have commented tonight. We've been working together over the past 3 or 4 years. And many of the projects are ongoing, and they all focus on increased nature-based solutions in our open spaces as they're laid out in the plan. So there's so many benefits to this, I think, both on the teaching and learning side and also the community at large. So as a plant biologist and a plant ecologist, we're really thinking about native plant diversity. As Diane Hannigan and a couple of other folks, Kate Cruzy, talked about, the importance of nature-based solutions at the essence is the foundation of our ecosystems are our native plants. So this really offers wonderful opportunities to UVM students, problem solving, critical thinking skills, but also this idea of becoming an empowered and active participant and bringing about positive change is really key for these young people to get out there and to do the work and to see all this amazing work that's already being done in our community. And also just understanding that each of us carries an inherent responsibility to preserve the quality of our ecosystems. So the Burlington community benefits from this as well, I think, through increasing biodiverse open spaces, leading to increased ecosystem services and down the line, climate mitigation. So generally, our projects span different areas of Burlington. I won't go into detail, but I do want to mention one meaningful project that we engage in annually. And it's with our partner, Grow Wild. I think Kate Cruzy is there representing Grow Wild tonight, and other partners in the room are part of this volunteer network. So annually, we collaborate with a native plant giveaway. It's this really awesome, fun, engaging educational event for students in my plant biology courses, giving away free native plants. So there's a few events. The Nature Spectacular Day, which is part of the City Nature Celebration, is sort of the kickoff. And this is where folks, community members can come and adopt these native plant plugs. And we're hoping it removes any financial barrier to creating habitat in our own backyards and bringing habitat back and biodiversity back. So we just finished up ethically gathering seed from a variety of native plant populations. That happens in the summer and fall. And then we're about to embark on growing out those native plant plugs in the UVM greenhouse through the winter. And that's for these community events, native plant giveaways, and also restoration projects in the spring and summer. And so far, we've given away over 3,000 native plant plugs. And these are perennials that will support pollinator habitat, bird habitat throughout Burlington. So I just want to invite everybody to come out next year, late April 2026, down at the Intervale Center. And also we have a new partnership with Burlington Wildways, and we'll hope to bring some of these native plants to the Burlington Farmers Market in summer 2026. So just wanted to say this is a fabulous plan, a lot of really good work already being done, and we're very eager to continue to support this through UVM.
I do not see anyone else signed up online or raising their hand online or here in person who wants to participate in the public hearing. I'll ask once more if there's anyone online or here in person that wants to participate in this public hearing, with gratitude to everyone who did. All right, we will go ahead and close the public hearing then at 8:50 p.m., which now takes us to item 6.5. And before turning to any counselors for any questions or comments that they have on it, Councilor Newbeezer is chair of our Parks, Arts, and Culture Committee. Could I ask you to make a motion on the item?
Yes, I move to waive the reading and refer the open space plan for a second and final public hearing and adoption by City Council on January 12th, 2026.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Newbeezer, did you want the floor on the item?
Yes, just very briefly, very much appreciate all the work that's gone into this. It's important. We talked about it in the Climate Advisors Group that the mayor put together, and so it's great to see. Appreciate the work.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Bergman?
Thanks. I think some of you know that I have had an intimate relationship with the Intervale and with the community gardens for like 45 or 6 years. And I want to just publicly thank Mr. Cahill and Megan, who are the rocks behind my wife, who is the coordinator of Tommy Thompson Community Garden and gets me to do all sorts of work, including the elimination of knotweed and assorted other invasives, not the least of which are the jumping worms that have appeared, although we didn't have them really this year that I seem to notice, but I could be wrong on that one. I am particularly appreciative of the focus on flood resilience because we have been able to use kayaks and canoes, I would suspect motor vehicles, through the community gardens. We have lost a lot of gardeners who are sick, as well as farmers from the Intervale. Adams Farm went out to the high hills in I don't know, Moncton, Heinsberg, somewhere out there I go pick. Because, Shalott, thank you. Because of the floods. And it's, we have in here on page 154, this is a very long plan, Zoe. When you asked about comments, and then I looked and it was 164 pages, I went, oh my goodness, I don't know that I can drill through it. But on page 164, we talk about the implementation matrix, and it'll be very important as we work through what we mean by it. I look at the second one down on the cultivate sustainable and resilient agriculture practice on deer management, and I can tell you that I've met with, you know, and did a little bit of quote-unquote advising with Intervale Center folks on the whole question of whether we should have a hunting season down there, because I got to tell you, you got to really work hard to keep the deer from eating your garden down in the Intervale. And it's not just Tommy Thompson's that's down there, but the New American Gardens are at Ethan Allen. They're, you know, this is a serious problem. So we are actually going to, I think, see concrete proposals and the intersection of this plan with actual proposals and ideas that we're going to have to deal with, and we're going to have to feel comfortable about that, and we need to have this sort of long conversation, of which this is a part of. So I really do appreciate that. And that'll be particularly true. My wife told me not to volunteer her for anything, so I'm going to try my best to say that the community gardens have like they're an incredible resource. And so when we're looking at the expansion, for example, on page 154 of community gardens, their expertise, even in new areas, is going to be critically important. So I don't really, they're there in a way on both of those, but I do think that the plan should should reflect their role a bit more clearly and strongly. Sorry, Wendy. And the last thing is that this, particularly with the urban forestry and things that former Councilor Busher mentioned, we are going to see this in development proposals and how we have to deal with it down at the South End Innovation District, you know, and all the infill that we are supporting. And so it will be really helpful as the planning process, particularly around neighborhood code, gets developed, that there's this integration, and we have the conversation, and that this not be a surprise when we see that. That's our job, is to set out the overarching regulatory framework so that the DRB can deal with a particular the developments, and Scott can administer the program. But this This is going to be a basis for us, and there is a dynamic tension that exists between this desire for more development and for us to do it in a way which is sustainable and going to support life for our babies' babies. So I look forward to that conversation, and we should have it a lot. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Go to Councilor McKnight.
Thank you, President Travers, and thank you everyone who worked on this plan. I just want to double down on the gratitude being expressed here. Like Councilor Bergman, this is a topic I'm really passionate about, and I've also dedicated a lot of my professional life to sort of similar and adjacent topics. So we're so lucky to have you all here and the rest of the team who's online and beyond that, was all of you who are willing to show up day after day, week after week, and put all of your time and professional expertise into the plan. So thank you. I really think open spaces in our city and just more broadly our relationship to the natural world here in Burlington is fundamental to what makes this the city that we all love so much. And that really comes through in this plan. And it's all of our responsibility to steward that forward and make sure that it stays that way. Because for me, it's really hard to think of another urban center. I mean, I haven't been all over the country, but I've traveled enough, I think, to know that it's rare to have the type of access to nature that we have here. We have access to really the sort of big, wild, and vast nature pretty readily, considering we are technically a city. And so for me, my family, my two nature-loving kids, that's really a primary reason that we choose to live here and call Burlington home. I'm also a huge plant nerd, and so it's really nice to know that there are many others of you out there who put so much expertise into this, and I'm really excited to learn more about those of you who spoke about really cultivating a stronger ecosystem filled with native plants. That's just a key best practice, and I was so glad to see that incorporated into the plan as well. And then lastly, you all touched on this, but I want to underline from a policy perspective that the way we treat our open spaces is just absolutely critical to our ability to confront and adapt to climate change. And of course, that becomes more and important with each passing day. So it's up to all of us to hold that responsibility. And I completely agree with Councilor Busher. Thank you for your comments, Councilor. The success of this plan will really depend on our ability to take action on what's inside of it and to bring that forward. And I really look forward to working with my colleagues around the table to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Councilor Barlow is the last councilor I have in the queue. All right, Councilor Schachter, and then Grant.
First of all, I want to say this is like one of the best or most attended public hearings I can recall in my time on the council anyways. And I think the support that was expressed speaks to how this document does embody a lot of important community values, as a couple of the speakers had indicated. And I will also extend my thanks to everybody who is involved in the development of this extensive update. The open space plan, as others have talked about their connections to it, it was like the original version of the open space plan was the first city document I ever read when I first became sort of politically aware and involved, and it helped inform some neighborhood activism that I was involved with like 16 years ago, I think now. One of the issues that is touched upon in the document that I'm still very concerned about is the use of our open space land for informal camping because of the conflicts that camping creates with other uses and activities, and because of the messes and hazards that are left when these campsites are abandoned. And I noticed that this is mentioned on page 15 or the slide 15 of the presentation that was in our packet, and it's sort of deferred to the comprehensive plan. And I'm wondering about the timing of the comprehensive plan, but I also believe we should implement policy changes in some open space that open spaces that have been significantly impacted by camping, especially in the urban reserve. I feel we need to be much more intentional and prescriptive about where camping is allowed. For example, I believe west of the bike path along the lake shore, because of the impacts that have been documented and continue to be an issue. I'm hoping we can take some immediate action, even absent a comprehensive plan, over the winter when camping activity does abate some, to further restrict camping in some of those areas ahead of next year. But thank you for all the work you did on this plan.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Go to Councilor Schachter and then Grant.
Thank you, Council President Travers, and the incredible team that's been assembled here tonight, both in person and online, and all the many, many months of work and public engagement and really thoughtful care that went into this plan. I'm really extremely excited to be discussing it this evening and feel, like Councilor McKnight said, that so much of why I love living here is that I can go a mile in one direction and have the most beautiful views you could ever ask for, go a little further, have some beautiful shops and delicious food, and go a mile in a different direction and go help plant elderberry shrubs in the Intervale and pick up my CSA. And the ability to live and work and play in this community and to have such proximity to so much beauty and ecological space and open space is really what makes Burlington special. And as Councilor Bergman spoke to, and as I know has come up tonight, I really do hold very dear, I think Councilor Busher spoke to this as well, that we need to figure out how to marry our need for more housing and economic development and with our need to preserve and protect our open spaces. I don't see these in conflict with each other. I see these as critical to making Burlington a place where we can all continue to thrive and live healthy and full lives. So I see this as a real North Star as we're talking about our comprehensive plan and all the activities ahead of us for the city, that we hold a lot of the strategies and actions that you've outlined for us as core to how we're approaching everything that comes next for us. And I want to also express gratitude. This is a tremendous amount of work, and the fact that we now have this to look to as we're moving forward on the comprehensive plan. So I'm really grateful for the timing. Yeah, look really forward. I serve on PAC with Councilor Newbeezer and Councilor Kane. I don't know if some of the sort of next steps and implementation and where do we go from here will live on that, but I'm really excited to support those conversations and just keep this all moving forward. But just want to express my deep gratitude and that I think this is just really important work and is what makes us us. And it's also from the climate standpoint. It's just undeniable how important this is. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. Councilor Grant?
Thank you. Thank you for all the information. Thank you for all the work. I think it's really important. My comments are going to come from a kind of equity lens. I think our open spaces, our public spaces are really an area in the city that we can do a really good job when we think about who has access, who's given knowledge, who's encouraged. To Councilor Bergman's earlier comments, we know for a fact that our New American community uses community gardens, especially down the Intervale, and that the floods actually really affected them with regards to what they counted on for having food, vegetables that they could freeze and be able to live on. And there's a certain investment that they make in the seeds and things like that. So I just want to say when it comes to the work being done with regards to outreach to the various communities that live in our city, that we're really being intentional to make sure that we are including people from all different backgrounds. And that includes ages and the way we identify in addition to race. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Is there any other councilor that wishes to speak to this item? Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. I don't want to repeat all the gratitude that my colleagues have expressed, but I too feel that it's an absolutely wonderful report. I just want to comment. I was interested in Kate's comment on how do we get small properties to add native plantings in their backyards. There's not room on the green belt in a lot of places. We've got a lot of small property owners who just, that's not on their radar screen. And I do think of all the places that you could put a couple of trees, right? That's not so hard to do. I think in terms of Councilor Grant's equity, you know, we have folks that live in small little places, small little buildings. How do we get that property? Just one or two trees. And so back on the implementation, I think we really should kind of focus on that, and that should not be insurmountable. And thanks again for your work.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Any other councilor that has not been recognized that wishes to speak to this item? Okay. We will go to a vote then on the motion as made by Councilor Newbeezer. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously, so we will look forward to this item being on for a second public hearing and anticipated adoption on January 12th, 2026. Thank you all for being here this evening and participating in this hearing and your work on this great plan. That takes us now to item 6.6, authorization to execute a grant to CVOEO to support recovery shelter. This is a request from the mayor's office with respect to the use of city opioid settlement monies. I do know that we're joined by Sarah Russell from CVOEO, but Mayor, did you want to speak to this item? It was moved on to deliberative given the interest in this particular item and the overall shelter issue, and would appreciate you, and I see we're joined by Chief of Staff Jacobson as well, speaking to the item.
Chief of Staff Jacobson will take it from here.
Okay, great. And can you hear me? Am I on the mic? Yes, sounds like it. Yes? Okay. Okay. Good evening, everybody. We did submit a brief memo connected to this item about seeking your authorization to execute a grant to CVOEO to support a new recovery shelter. And that shelter would provide 24/7 operations and around 12 to 13 beds located at 184 Pearl Street. It would also provide wraparound services for folks who are unhoused and needing shelter, and also in recovery. I will just give you a little bit of extra background that is not included in the memo. Our conversations with CVOEO about the possibility of this recovery shelter started this fall. I believe it was around October. And at that time, CVOEO was also in conversations with Howard Center, who is going to be a partner in this recovery bed shelter operation, and also with the state seeking funding to be able to open the shelter beds. These conversations actually also coincided with our own conversations with the governor and what the governor's office might do to help support some additional shelter beds in Burlington as part of the 14-point plan. That 14-point plan did not include any provision of shelter because these conversations were already underway between CVOEO and Howard Center and the state. So we just agreed collectively that we would move the recovery bed shelter idea off of the 14-point plan list, but then continue those conversations. And that is what occurred. And at that point, CVOEO and Howard Center and the state were able to move fairly quickly to make this possibility a reality. Because those conversations were already underway, because the state and CVOEO were able to leverage some HOP grant funding. But at the same time, one aspect of the shelter, of the recovery shelter that was really important to both CVOEO and the administration was the provision of wraparound services, including connecting people to permanent housing, to employment and other essential services. And so that component is in fact built into the plan for the recovery bed shelter, as well as into the performance metrics that CVOEO will use to identify whether this is a successful effort. However, that in order to actually make those wraparound services possible, CVOEO felt strongly that they would need an additional staff member as well. That was something that CVOEO indicated to us is really just best practice for safety and security of both the guests and the CVOEO staff. They did not have enough funding to support that second staff member, and that is when they came to us asking if we might be able to identify any funding. We looked high and low and identified some funds from the opioid settlement funds that the city has, and we identified $104,000, which is the remainder of those funds for fiscal year 26. And it is the balance of that fund that we're asking for your authorization to grant to CVOEO to support the recovery shelter beds. As president, I'm sorry, very sleep deprived. Your name is?
Ben.
Council President Ben Travers. So sorry. 2 hours of sleep, and I don't even know what time it is right now. But as you indicated, Sarah Russell is on Zoom, and she can answer any questions you might have about the operations of the shelter.
Great.
And that is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, that was an excellent presentation for being sleep deprived. You could have fooled me.
Wow. Until the very end there.
I do see that we're joined by Sarah Russell, but perhaps before knowing whether or not we need her or you, Chief of Staff Jacobson, to weigh in on any questions, I would, and before engaging in any discussion on the council, I would welcome a motion on the recommended action on civic clerk to authorize the mayor to provide a grant to CVOEO in the sum of $104,000 to be paid out of the city's FY26 opioid settlement funds.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Bergman. So I will now open the floor to any councilors that have questions or comments on this motion. Is there any councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? Councilor Singh, and then Grant, and then Carpenter.
I just have a quick question. I noticed we're hoping to get this open by February. Is there a chance that could happen sooner? Is that a modest date, or is that an aggressive timeline?
As I understand it, that is already an aggressive timeline, and the hope is that it would be the beginning of February, but Sarah Russell can confirm my understanding of that, perhaps.
Thanks, Erin. Thanks for having me tonight, everyone. We are planning to open by February 1st. And even then, as ambitious, we're working with Howard Center to do some minor updates to the property, working on staffing up right now, and ordering furniture, beds, and office supplies so that we can be ready to open on February 1st.
And is there additional human power that you need to hire or have to do this shelter, or is there existing resources that are being used? Is this going to delay anything?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Counselor, saying we
Get more staff before
Yes.
February? Yeah,
Yep.
and
We do.
Okay, that's what I was curious about, because, whether if February is an aggressive timeline and there's hiring involved, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Singh. Go Councilor Grant, Carpenter, and then Litwin.
I have a question in terms of how long has it been in discussion to put forth this particular type of shelter?
As far as I know, any discussion, at least with the mayor's office, really was just mid to late October. Not that we were directly a part of discussions, just that it was brought to our attention. I don't know for how long CVOEO and the state were exploring this opportunity.
Sarah?
CVOEO and the state have been in contact, I believe, since late summer, trying to establish additional shelter capacity. Obviously, in Chittenden County and statewide is a huge goal. And this will be a partnership between CVOEO and Howard Center, who are sort of coming together. This will be one of the first certified level 2 recovery shelters in the state. There's one other model at Groundworks in the southern part of Vermont. But these conversations, I believe, began late summer, early fall. It really wasn't actually until late fall, I think, that the city was sort of brought into the fold.
Thank you. And I also am curious, how much does the city have in our possession with regards to opioid settlement funds, and how much more can we expect?
I don't know the answer off the top of my head. I think certainly our CAO could get you more details on that. We don't have any more funds for FY26. The way those settlement funds work, there's multiple settlements that have finalized over time, and we recently just got additional funds from, I believe, what will be the last of the settlements. But those, we have a certain amount of funding for each fiscal year spread over, is it the next 10 years, Catherine, for some of them? 15 years? But if you want specifics on the different amounts for the different fiscal years, we could definitely get that to you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All set, Councilor Grant? Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councilor Carpenter.
I think Sarah answered the question. I'm just curious if there's another recovery shelter in the state, and there's only one other, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Litwin, and then Schachter.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. I'm super supportive of any recovery-based facility opening in our community or in Vermont. One question I had as I was looking at the memo, specifically described under the purpose section, it says that the shelter is for folks who are, quote, seeking recovery from substance use. So, so I just wanted to ask if you could clarify sort of how is that defined, seeking recovery?
The recovery shelter is required to be substance-free, so that includes both drugs and alcohol. And we're, I think considering the first thought was to see if we could mandate 30 days of sobriety for folks before they move into the shelter. However, with the average length of stay allowable in residential treatment to be 14 days, if someone goes to residential treatment for 14 days, comes back to a low barrier environment, their chances of maintaining recovery are not as strong as if they were to transition directly into a sober environment. So I think we have some flexibility there, but this will be a substance-free shelter.
And so thank you so much. That's super helpful. Is it, and then I guess this leads into my second question actually, which is sort of as the person who'll be, I imagine you're the person who'll be kind of overseeing the operations of the facility, or someone you hire or work with will be. How will that look in terms of if folks, are struggling with their sobriety and impacting the other folks? I'm more so thinking of course, we want to make sure that we're open arms, helping people in, anybody who wants to start that really difficult journey into recovery. And so I guess my question then is, how do we protect folks so that they're not negatively impacted by anyone else who might be struggling more so? I don't know. It's not an eloquent way of saying it at this hour, so.
I'm not sure if I have an eloquent way of answering that at this hour. We're continuing to work through policies and procedures. As I said, we'll need to be working with the Vermont Alliance of Recovery Residents in order to seek our certification within the first 6 months of operation. Obviously, we're hoping to maintain a recovery-based environment to the best of our abilities. So it's important to both always, look at, a person-centered and community-centered balance when we're managing any kind of shelter, but especially as sensitive as a recovery shelter.
Yeah, absolutely. And then lastly, so maybe you're already, it sounds like you might be still developing this, but would there be any, you talk about wraparound services, which is fantastic, and I know that that can mean a lot of different things. Will folks be required to participate in any meetings? Will they be connected to Turning Point? What is Turning Point? Has Turning Point been part of this conversation or anything like that?
We'll be incorporating a, peer-led recovery model, which is best practice. And there will also be an embedded mental health and substance use clinician employed by the Howard Center on site. And I anticipate that there will be both one-on-one and group therapeutic opportunities for guests.
Okay, great. And will guests be required to participate in that or no?
Well, we can't require people to do things. So, that will certainly be, we're accepting folks into the shelter who are wanting to actively engage in recovery supports.
Okay, so we wouldn't require them as to do any sort of programming as kind of part of the agreement for receiving shelter.
We don't have, we would have requirements around behavior guidelines and engagement with on-site recovery services would, certainly be encouraged for folks. We anticipate that people who are entering the shelter are people who want a sober recovery-based environment.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'm all set. Thank you, Councilor Travers, as well.
Schechter? Then is there any other counselor that wishes to speak on this item?
Thank you,
Try to wrap with you.
Travers. Thank you, Aaron and Sarah and everyone who's been a part. I'm thrilled to see these beds coming to our community. We desperately need them. So, want to lead with gratitude. I do just want to say a couple things. Aaron, thank you for getting back to some questions I had because, I just learned of this on Thursday when the materials were posted, and I think, I'd love to see us find ways to have more engagement and dialogue when some of these things are sort of, we don't necessarily, obviously can't be in the planning, but I think there's a discussion to be had around, understanding we have this bucket of funds with the opioid settlement dollars and all the possible uses for them. And, I don't recall having that conversation when we were approving the budget and discussing spending for this year. In fact, it was news to me, and I'm grateful that you got back to me so quickly that these are separate opioid settlement dollars from what's funding the OPC. These are genuinely opioid settlement dollars that the city has, not the ones coming from the state. It's fantastic we have these resources at our disposal. I know that the CD&R committee is talking about ways to we're looking at the regional programs model and how do we set our priorities within that and make it an equitable process for everyone to have access to the funds available through that program. And I think it's worth a conversation around how do we manage these dollars moving forward as well, because I think, I recall when we were working on the budget and approving the budget that we had to make some really difficult decisions, particularly in the substance use and recovery and peer support space with our regional programs funding. And I think had we been able to have that conversation at the time about opioid settlement dollars also being sort of available and at our disposal and funds that we could strategically leverage as we think about our priorities as a city and the needs we have among our community members, I think that it just feels like there could have been a little bit more we could have had that conversation, I think, sooner, but I'm so excited to be supporting this. I undeniably, we desperately need this. So yeah, I think I just sort of wanted to say out loud that moving forward, and I share Councilor Grant's request that we can just understand moving forward what the balances might look like, how long the funds are available. And I think then kind of open the door to ongoing conversations about how we can best leverage these dollars. And I think there's unbelievable programs happening across our community to address this true crisis that we're in. And so I just want to make sure that there's a process around these dollars, while also being very glad to be supporting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. With no one else in the queue, I think we will go to a vote on the item. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So thank you, Aaron, for presenting on this, and thank you, Sarah, for being here with us this evening. That takes us to item 6.7 now, the BPD presentation on the police unified pay scale adjustments. This comes to us with the unanimous support of the Board of Finance this evening. We are joined by Chief Burke, as we were at the Board of Finance, to present on the item. Chief, appreciate you sticking with us and being with us here at this late hour. When you're prepared, I'll turn the floor to you.
Well, thank you so much. I've had much worse assignments over my career than hanging out here.
I believe that, but that's saying something.
And I just want to remark before I go over what's requested here, largely the work of Shannon Trammell before you in this proposal. I offered to her, maybe you should go home. This looks like it's going to be a late night, and she took me up on that offer. So with that table setting done, we'll roll into this. What the police department is requesting is an adjustment to the police unified pay scale. What is the police unified pay scale? It was developed by Chief Sherling in 2007, and what it really represents is a probationary step where we hire folks, and then 15-step plan for officers and corporals. Those are the Burlington Police Officer Association members. And then above that is the rank of sergeant with a 5-step pay scale. Above that, lieutenants with a 4-step pay scale. And then finally, above lieutenant is deputy chief with a 4-step pay scale. What the chief had in mind back in 2007 was to build a system where compression wouldn't become an issue. What happened over the last almost 2 decades now is that at times, between negotiations and other fiscal considerations, the plan became uncoupled. And it's really exasperated over the last couple of agreements with the BPOA, and now we are facing a salary compression issue that is really limiting the number of folks that are seeking promotion to the formal leadership team. And why is the formal leadership team important? When you think about ways that we need to, especially given our current staffing model, ways in which we need to mentor and develop new officers and also serve as an early intervention system and as a risk mitigation factor for the city, our frontline supervisors, beginning with the sergeants and then closely supported by the lieutenants, are our most effective strategy that we can invest in. There's a lot of computer software programs that you can buy about early intervention and other strategies that you can attempt to leverage, but there is nothing like the relationship between the frontline supervisor, the sergeant, and their patrol teams. So having reflected upon this and then looking at the obvious disparities, we looked across the market. So here in Vermont, what police officers, sergeants, lieutenants, most police departments in the state aren't big enough for deputy chiefs. What are they paying their folks? We see that a lot of police departments, even in this state, have used the Burlington Police Officer Scale as a model in which to recruit and retain officers. So we looked at the competitiveness there as well as regionally across New England, Burlington being about the 59th largest city. We have a lot of elements that much larger communities have that, in municipal service has to serve. When you think about level 1 trauma center, really the epicenter for all social service provision, cultural center, art center, major civic events. These are things where I think other city leaders have said Burlington fights above their weight class, and we looked at what they pay their folks, and what we have before you is consistent in that regard. So the other part of this are some of the fringe benefits that have been negotiated over the years. Historically, as outlined in the memo, we have extended a majority of the collective bargaining agreement fringe benefits to non-union supervisory staff in order to have parity and keep us competitive in a way so we don't fight amongst ourselves for the best talent available. What has come online under this last agreement are 4 benefits in particular. It is the pensionable overtime benefit, the retention bonus structure, which is the largest fiscal exposure, a field training officer stipend. So when we promote sergeants and lieutenants, we have them ride with their senior, the senior member in order to gain the field experience that they need to be their finest when we roll them out with their own shift or with their own team. Or as a lieutenant, you have on nights, you'll have 2 teams working for you, so they're best prepared for that. And then lastly, the pension buy-in option, which is revenue neutral, and it does afford folks with qualifying law enforcement experience prior to being a Burlington police officer to buy back a couple of years, but again, that is revenue neutral. So what this boils down to fiscally is that the fringe benefits have an approximate cost of about $35,000 a year. That's a static number because it's largely that those annual service bonus, longevity pay, if you will. And then in terms of the PUP scale, we know that by, if authorized, if we have 6 months of exposure here, that's about $55,000, which we will be able to cover in this year's budget easily. And then moving forward in the FY27, we'll have to budget for the approximate $107,000 that this salary proposal would require. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chief. Again, appreciate you being here for that presentation, and to Shannon as well for being here at the Board of Finance. Thank you for calling that out. Before turning to the council for discussion or questions on the item, there is a relatively lengthy recommended action on civic clerk, and I would welcome a motion to simply take the recommended action on civic clerk. Councilor Grant, you and I didn't have a chance to talk about it earlier, but as chair of our Public Safety Committee, I'd like to provide you the opportunity to make that motion if you'd like.
Sure, I'll move to take the recommended action on civic clerk.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. Councilor Grant, do you want the floor on the item, or I'm happy to open it to anyone else?
Yes, I was wondering, Chief, could you explain exactly what is meant by when you talk about salary compression?
Yes, so what that really boils down to is that our top earners, when you say you have to have a minimum of 5 years on before you can even apply to be a sergeant. Ideally, you would have 7 to 10 years on. Those folks are now at the top of the BPOA scale, which in FY26 dollars, that's a base salary of $104,000. So the jump to sergeant is just not attractive enough, and they can easily eclipse the responsibilities and duties of the sergeant, eclipse their salary by a small amount of overtime. The other thing that I should have mentioned is that our supervisory corps, because we have to have either a sergeant or lieutenant on duty at all times, they are faced with more hours of mandatory overtime in the sense that we have to have them. They're either voluntold or mandated to do so. And again, their counterparts that remain in the BPOA and are on teams of officers, they are, we order those folks in by their seniority. So this is a way that we need to incentivize it. And really, it's feedback that's come to us from the team as to why they don't seek promotion to the formal leadership team.
And how many positions do we have for sergeants and lieutenants right now that are open?
So open, we have 3 sergeant positions. Lieutenant, we have 1 lieutenant position open, and both the deputy chief chairs are filled.
Great. And what is the definition of PUPs?
Police Unified Pay Scale.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm like, I know what that is. Wasn't sure. But for the public as well. Acronyms. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Does any other councilor wish to be recognized on this item? Councilor Singh?
Just quickly, thank you, Chief, for bringing this to the council. I think you're proof, and this plan is proof that the best Burlington police officers and leadership come from within. And I really hope that this helps us get those long-term officers that have been here and embraced our community to take leadership positions. So thank you and your staff for working out.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Any other councillor? All right, we will go to a vote then on the item. All in favor of the motion to take the recommended action on civic clerk, please say aye.
Aye.
Are any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you again, Chief.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the support.
Item 6.8 was an item on reconnecting Bank and Cherry project update. That has been removed from our agenda, as mentioned in an email to the full council earlier today. The plan is for that to be on our consent agenda at our meeting on January 12th. If any councillor would like for that to be on deliberative, I know that representatives from DPW would be happy to be here. Please reach out to me individually if that's what you would like to see for our meeting on the 12th. We do, however, have representatives from DPW here for item 6.9. I will note we're also joined by AFSCME President Kobe Dallaire as well. Thank you, Kobe. We're here now on the recycling program update and extension of employee recruitment and retention memo of agreement between AFSCME Local 1343 and City of Burlington. And Director Spencer, Division Director Perry, I will turn the floor to you.
Great, thank you very much for having us. We are pleased to be back talking about the city's municipal recycling program. As President Travers identified tonight, we are requesting a council approval for a one-year extension of the memorandum of agreement with AFSCME regarding hiring, referral bonuses, and premium payments. And in the near term, we are seeking the council prompt consideration of your policy options in selecting a direction for the city's municipal recycling program. After a number of briefings earlier this year with the City Council, you passed a resolution in July directing staff to do two things. One, to put together the full cost operating budget of a sustainable recycling program, city-run recycling program, and two, to find out the price quotes for contracting out the service. In the summer, we submitted and issued an RFPQ, request for price quotes. We received from that one uncompetitive price quote for a 5-year term and no bid on 3-year terms. Staff then adjusted the scope of work to address some hauler concerns from that first round. Our second round of RFPQ was issued in the fall. We had one competitive price quote for the 7-year term. That full quote was included in the TUC packet this month. It was from Casella, and they submitted a price quote for a 7-year contract to collect up to 13,000 residential dwelling units for an amount of $90,000 and $90,133.33 per month, or about $1,081,000 annually. This second round RFPQ came in 30% less than that first round 5-year contract proposal, in large part because of the longer term and the longer startup costs. So, excuse me, it's complicated to compare the recycling budget with a contracted version because the recycling expenses are in various parts of the general fund budget in the city. But we worked hard to run an apples-to-apples scenario, and that is in your packet tonight. Some general findings from that, that contracting out recycling is approximately $140,000 better for the general fund once all direct and indirect expenses are taken into account. The solid waste generation tax would need to increase 8 to 12% next year to achieve a fully funded municipal operation, and 0 to 4% to achieve a full contracted operation. There are benefits of each option. The benefits in-house include preserving and growing our union staff, having full management control of the recycling service, having recycling contribute financially to the city's general fund overhead cost, and having more control to change operations if we experience price spikes or inflationary pressures. At the same time, there are benefits with contracting the recycling collection, such as giving our staff more time to do billable work. Equipment maintenance, who repairs the 4 old trucks, could move to doing billable work instead, and it would reduce the size of the fleet that we are not able to fully maintain with the resources we are given. Additionally, with street maintenance staff, they could do more billable work, maintaining the city's rights-of-way and other assets, instead of getting pulled away to do recycling. It would also mitigate risks with fewer fleet vehicles and fewer employee injuries. And lastly, I will just say an important consideration for contracting out the service is the management time overseeing the program. There are a bunch of operational duties that we spend significant time overseeing, and that limits our ability to work on other priorities. And that is a consideration as we look at all of our responsibilities here at Public Works. You all are familiar with the broad array of assets that we maintain and the number of priorities that the council, administration, and commission have. From the asset management side of existing assets we have currently, our wastewater plants have not been upgraded in 30 years. Our water plant hasn't been upgraded in 40 years. There's interest at the council and commission on how do we better maintain streets and sidewalks? How do we fund that? How do we address the decades-long issue of unaccepted streets and modernize the city's soil management facilities? Those are all existing responsibilities. And then on top of that, we are familiar with the very forward-looking policy priorities of the city, including how do we build infrastructure to accommodate our housing needs? To get housing in the South End, we've talked about that this evening, really requires new capacity in the collection system for our wastewater system in order to accommodate that development. There's solar on DPW assets, there's completing a transportation plan, expediting walk-bike plan, et cetera. So a number of forward-looking priorities, and we do not have capacity to do all of this at the same time. So, just in terms of recommendations, and then I'll pass it to Lee for the short-term recommendation for the MOA. The commission reviewed a memo similar to what I provided in the packet tonight, and at their November 19th meeting, voted 6-1, supporting a contract arrangement for residential recycling. Then we went to the TUC, Transportation, Energy, and Utilities Committee, 10 days later, and at November 29th, the committee voted 2-1 to recommend continuing with in-house municipal recycling operation. I will cut to the chase and put my professional opinion out that I think the city's best interests are served by contracting out the service and negotiating a 7-year contract with the sole bidder, Casella. And my main reasons, I'll hit 2 top reasons. One, there's a strong interest from many parties in the city to have DPW to tackle the policy and program challenges of today and in the future. The broader and more complex our daily operations are, the more management's time is taken up by these services. And 2, there continues to remain a general fund budget gap driven in significant part due to labor and benefit costs growing faster than revenues. Adding 2 additional FTEs to attain sustainable operation puts further long-term pressure on the general fund's operating budget. All this said, I understand there's certainly some elements of council with very strong support for keeping recycling a municipal operation. I've discussed this option with both DPW leadership and the union. I'll let the union speak for itself, but DPW management will go either way that the council directs us to go. So now it's the time for the council to provide direction. There are many different options in the memo. You could direct us to negotiate with Casella, the bidder for the 7-year contract. You could direct us to continue city operation for a set period, or do nothing in the short term, which will have the effect of continuing the city staff's operation. I will just say, if we do nothing in the short term in terms of no change to policy of the current direction, it's important to note two things. One is we have tried to create a balance where we've kept two street maintenance positions open while we had two recycling positions filled, such that if we decided to contract out the service, there would be room to shift our staff from one work group to a similarly graded work group within our department. As we head into the winter maintenance season, however, we will be really forced to just move ahead and fill all the positions to the best of our ability to handle the long winter maintenance season. And the second consideration is that the latest Casella price quote is good for 60 days, which takes us to January 13th, 2026. The budget process will extend beyond that period. So if through the council's budget process that a decision to consider contracting out the service occurred at that time, there's no guarantee that Casella would honor the price quote that expires in January. So regardless of which option the council takes, the city will still be operating municipally run recycling for at least another year. And given this, DPW management strongly recommends extending the AFSCME City MOA through the end of 2026. And Lee will quickly summarize that proposal.
Yeah, so as we mentioned earlier in Board of Finance, we're looking for approval to extend the existing employee recruitment and retention MOA. It currently expires at the end of this month. As Chapin noted, we want to extend it out a year to the end of December 2026. Under any scenario, as Chapin mentioned, we're going to have to extend the MOU, whether we bid it out to a private contractor or keep it in-house for a fully funded municipal operation. First scenario, contractor would need a year to invest in the capital they need and staff to operate collection of recycling for the city, as well as a municipal option to fill the current, not only the current positions we have open, but the additional positions that would be needed for a fully funded operation. The extension has been discussed and approved with AFSCME leadership. The estimated amount of funding is around $16,700, and this includes the $4 an hour premium that is paid to any street maintenance worker that collects recycling. Like I said, we have 2 positions currently filled out of the 4. At a minimum, we need 3 drivers to complete recycling duties on a daily basis. So that is accounting for 1 street maintenance worker to fill in for recycling on a daily basis, or around a little over 1,600 hours a year. The remainder of that funding is for the $2,000 hiring bonuses. We currently have the 2 open positions in recycling, as well as the 2 in street maintenance, as well as the referral bonuses that may come from a potential hiring of staff. To date, we've hired 5 total, 2 in recycling, 3 staff in street maintenance. And upon completion of one of the staff's probationary period, we will pay out a referral bonus. So that's one of our first that we've paid out. Happy to answer any questions.
So with that, if you would like to hear from the union, we're happy to take the lead from you.
Sure. Well, with President Dallaire here, certainly would want to provide him the opportunity to speak on behalf of his members. If you'd like, Kobe. Okay.
Excuse me. I'm going to apologize to the councilors. I've, in the last 3-4 hours since our last meeting, I've now started to lose my voice, so I apologize ahead of time. I have met with a number of the counselors about the issue of recycling and how it has affected the unionized staff members from the street department. And my position has not changed. That I wish we were in a better financial state. I wish the state of the fleet was in a better place, that the fleet vehicles were newer, more robust. I'm not surprised at the condition of the fleet vehicles for recycling, seeing as they run 5 to 6 days a week for, on average, 10+ hours a day, which is more than our city ambulances, more than our city fire trucks. We're kind of at a tipping point where we're struggling to keep that fleet on the road, which is causing mandatory overtime for the other unionized employees in fleet maintenance who are coming to the union looking for support based on the fact that they're having to work to keep fire trucks, police cars, tower trucks, my bucket truck, all on the road, and stop everything to get a recycling truck up, which causes that recycler or street maintenance worker, which is more often the case, to pause, get into another vehicle, and work into the evening hours. It is become untenable for us. The street maintenance workers are looking for support from the city council. The fleet maintenance workers are looking for support from the city council. I would love for my position to be, yes, I want us to continue recycling. Philosophically, I do. There was some consideration of compost and consolidated waste. I think that's a phenomenal idea. I just don't see the financing for it. And I see a way for these unionized workers to transfer and stay with the city to another role. It's tough for me because they are all looking to the ASME leadership for support and looking to the city council for that support as well. I understand everything that the council has to take into consideration from the constituents, the Burlingtonians, who fully believe in recycling. We as well as city employees do. The issue is we're just at a point where the fleet can't take it, the staff can't take it, and we're paying extra for members of our team who have come up through the ranks doing recycling to now have to go back to recycling, which takes a physical toll on their body. The recycling vehicle, just in its very nature, there are more accidents, preventable accidents, injuries, preventable injuries from getting in and out of the rig, no matter what the weather conditions, being on busy city streets. That doesn't go away if somebody else does it, but those fleet vehicles being in such a state of disrepair that our fleet maintenance crew does a great job trying to keep on the road and keep safe, and will pull off the road if they're not safe. But they are more often in the shop than they are on the road at this point. So thank you for your consideration.
Great. I thank you all for being here.
Point of order.
Yes, Councilor Bergman.
I look at our agenda and I see nothing on here in terms of the actions related to this decision. I know it was part of a memo, but this was not warned, and I object to us taking that piece of this up and making a decision here. I think that that is just a violation of the rules, and it's wrong to do. I am totally prepared to deal with the extension and I look at the recommended action, and that is what is in front of us, I'm happy to take up the action on January 12th, and the fact that it is at a, and the director is saying, yes, that's okay, but I strenuously object and think it's against the rules for us to be trying to force this now. In fact, we had public comment from a member of the public saying that he knew that it was not on the agenda tonight, and that, I think, is indicative of the situation. Thank you.
Yeah, so I tend to agree with you, Councillor Bergman. The only recommended action that was brought forward by the administration was with respect to authorization to enter into an extended memorandum of agreement. I guess if I could ask our guests here if there's any sort of further, and I do recognize it is in the memo asking the council for further guidance, but is there any further clarity that you can provide as to why that particular issue was not part of any recommended action on this evening's agenda?
Yes, thank you for the question. Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Our intent was to take action on the short-term item of the MOA extension and to give the council, who had not previously been given all the information of the second round RFPQ and the context in comparing the two budgets. That is all new information. I often had understood that the council appreciate getting substantive, complex policy matters first and then having time to chew on it. I did not ask in the memo decision, but I said in the near term, which is not tonight, it would be great to get that guidance. So I'm sorry if that was not clear. Happy to focus tonight's discussion on the action item at hand.
I think, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, but I think the concern would be if the city wanted to continue to explore the offers on the table, if waiting until the 12th, when it's only open until the 13th, would place the city into a detrimental position. That presents some difficulty with respect to whether we can or should act this evening. But Councilor Bergman, I agree with you and don't think any sort of formal motion in that regard would be in order, that the only motion that would be properly warned this evening would be on the MOA.
Thank you. I appreciate the information early. Early is good. Decisions need to be warned.
Yeah. And I would suggest that if the city wants to continue to explore the offers that's on the table, that there perhaps be discussions with those that have brought the offer forward to explain the position that we're in this evening and our inability to act until at the very earliest our meeting on January 12th. Councillor Carpenter, do you have, I would like to open the floor to a motion then on the MOA, but do you have another question on this particular issue? Yes.
Appreciate we're going to act on the memo. Can we have a discussion about or question and answers on the other part of the information?
Sure. I think discussion on the items in the memo would be germane because it is part and parcel to the discussion around extending the MOA with AFSCME on the particular issue. But a formal motion providing DPW direction as to how to proceed on the contracting out of a municipal service, I don't think would be in order.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, Councilor Barlow, could I turn to you as chair of the TUC for a motion on the recommended action on civic clerk?
Certainly. I would move to authorize the DPW director to extend the DPW Employee Retention and Recruitment Memorandum of Agreement between AFSCME Local 1343 and the City of Burlington, Department of Public Works, through December 31st, 2026, subject to the review and approval of the city attorney.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Broderick. Councilor Barlow, you want the floor?
Yeah, certainly. And yes, I never thought we were voting on the recycling decision tonight, and I understand that there was a lot in the memo, and I do appreciate the the information early so we can chew on it for a couple of weeks before we make a decision. It's not unlike what we're doing on other items on our agenda tonight. So I don't think it's without precedent, at least in this meeting. You know, I'll say, Director Spencer said, you know, and it was a 2-to-1 vote, and I was the no vote on keeping citywide recycling. I continue to see outsourcing and delivery of the city-controlled curbside recycling program as a smart move right now. We can provide the same service transparently and without any interruption to city residents. Most city residents, as I said in the Board of Finance, won't even know that there's an outside vendor providing the service. They'll put their blue totes down and they'll get picked up. And we know that we've tried for a year with some limited success to hire the staff we need to sustainably operate the service, but we still have to rely on other DPW employees to fill in when we need them. And AFSCME has continued to express concern for over a year now about their need to use other city employees. The contract under consideration is competitive with what it would cost the city. And as mentioned, I don't know if you mentioned it tonight, but in Board of Finance, there's limited management capacity with multiple city priorities that demand DPW's attention. And after we have our unaccepted streets discussion tomorrow at TUC, we may have another high priority for you to undertake. And the other thing I'd say is given, oops, I just lost my, my notes. But given the need to like reimagine city services through modern gov, I mean, this is one of those things that might fit in there. We could, you know, continue to provide the service with fewer city employees, but still with good service to the community and city residents. So I'm supportive of this, and will continue to be supportive of this. I don't know if the rest of my colleagues or a majority of my colleagues, as Councilor Newbies are indicated in Board of Finance, are for this, but I certainly am. So, and I thank you for really trying hard to sort of do the apples to apples comparison and wrestle with this really difficult decision. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Who else would like to be recognized on this item? Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. A couple of comments. First off, we keep talking about our city recycling. Our city recycling is for residential single-family homes primarily, not commercial. So we do not have a comprehensive recycling program. We use private haulers, or private haulers are used for commercial property. So I just want us to remind us of that. That's probably one of the reasons why somebody like Casella can be competitive, because they've got a huge territory and they've got a lot of other commercial properties, and you know, they cover a lot of territory. So our recycling is quite confined. I'm also a little surprised at the thing. Cities contract out all the time for services. And one thing I was going to ask before we actually do, if Chapin, I think a couple years ago, one of your consultants on the consolidated trash issue had a statistic that said of all the cities that have recycling, either 40 or 60% of them contracted out. So if you could confirm that. I mean, it's a contract. I hope we control the contract. The contract will have standards. They'll have to live by them. So the city's contract out of law. The only two recycling programs, I think, in the state of Vermont are contracted out. So I don't think we should just be so afraid of it, of contracting a service, if we can control it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Schachter.
Thank you. I do also really appreciate the advanced discussion in preparation for what sounds like might be a vote on January 12th. And also that we do have a clear motion for tonight. So thank you. My question, and something I continue to wrestle with, is I think there's broad consensus that moving towards a single stream waste management system with trash, recycling, and compost fully integrated is very much worth exploring. If we enter into a 7-year contract for recycling, is there any clause or any ability if, sooner than that, we are ready to pursue single stream, either with a contractor or internally as a city? Or are we truly saying single stream is now 7+ years down the road?
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. Casella has proposed a bid on a 7-year term. Their ability to get to a place that's competitive was based on being able to amortize the expense over 7 years. So I think, ultimately my take is that we have so many priorities and interests that 7 years is actually an appropriate runway. Trying to implement a consolidated hauling, whether done internally or externally, has a number of steps. If there's interest to do it internally, we're setting up a new enterprise fund. It needs voter approval. We need to borrow millions of dollars. We need to build a facility. We need to acquire the equipment, need to hire the staff. We need that time with everything else going on.
Thank you. Makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. Are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized on this motion? Councilor Newbeezer?
Yeah, just a few comments, and I appreciate all the work and discussion that's gone into this. I appreciate you all speaking tonight. A few things. I just want to step back and I am certainly, my position has not changed. I am very much supportive of publicly run recycling and moving toward an enterprise fund, as you just mentioned, and moving toward a consolidated system where we are covering both recycling, trash, and compost. And I think in the end, to my mind, the reason I'm supportive is because I think in the long run that will cost each Burlington household the least amount of money. And I think there's tangible examples in our community that we can point to that gives us confidence that that is the case. If we talk about, and we've had presentations here at various times over the last 2 years that I've been on the council, talking about how our affordability programs for things like Burlington Electric are the strongest in New England, some of the strongest in New England. Same goes for our water department. We have some of the cheapest utility rates, although they are too high, but for our region are actually incredibly competitive. And part of the reason that's the case is because we have local control, local ownership, and we are able to pursue programs like that. I also think, the very first issue I ever paid attention to when it comes to Burlington local issues was debating whether or not to sell off Burlington Telecom and who to sell it to, and whether we were going to keep BT local. And I was told over and over and over and over, and the public was told over and over and over and over, this will be cheaper if we sell it off. We have to do this. There's no alternative. We have to do this. And I would pose that however many years out now, it is not cheaper. And that was a really big fundamental policy mistake that our city made. The last point here I'll make is, I completely am sympathetic to, and I think it's very fair that DPW has, the idea that DPW has a long list of priorities and it is too much to manage. And so I appreciate that. This just ranks higher on that priority list for me. But I do want to acknowledge that because I think that's undeniable and incredibly fair. And then finally, I just want to say, the other noticing I have is in this 7-year bid that is being presented here that we're discussing, we've consistently identified through the entire process that Casella is the only private provider that has the capacity to fill the needs that we have if we were to contract out this service. So we have either a sort of natural public monopoly or at the whims of a private company. And I understand that you can put terms into a contract, but at the end of 7 years, we have way less leverage because we have, as the memo states, we would sell off our trucks. Like, it would take way more effort and money to revive a recycling program. And Casella's not, they're intelligent people who know this area. And that puts the consumer and the resident in a worse position. So I think in the long run, it is worth investing. I think, honestly, the MOA is incredibly promising to me, and I think has been incredibly successful for a relatively modest amount of money. Our recruitment has improved. Recruitment and retention has improved substantially. And when we look at other city departments and the amount of money that this council has approved and argued for and invested in recruitment and retention programs across city departments, this is incredibly cost effective. So I think we ought to work to improve what we have and protect public recycling in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Does any other councilor wish to be recognized on this item? Okay, we'll go to Councilor Singh and McKnight, Broderick, and then Litwin.
Thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate all the comments and thoughts that have gone into this decision over the last year. Are there any cost accelerators in the Casella contract, COLA or inflationary? Like, is it a fixed contract? Can you give us an idea of on that 7-year when we're crunching those numbers?
Lee, you can correct me if I'm wrong with any of this, but there are cost escalators. There's a 4% annual escalator in the contract, and then there is a fuel surcharge based on the price of fuel. If it goes up over a baseline, then we pay monthly for fuel. What I did for the apples-to-apples comparison, none of us can see where fuel is going, but I used the escalator if indeed we negotiated a contract that included what Casella proposed, which is still TBD if you direct us to negotiate. We put an estimated fuel surcharge into our apples-to-apples comparison based on where we thought fuel would be. So there's a year-over-year inflator and a fuel surcharge. Am I missing anything else? No. Okay, that's it.
And that inflator is a fixed inflator. It's not attached to CPI or anything like that? Or?
It is either 4% or the average rate of inflation in New England, whichever is higher. So 4% would be the base, and then it would be higher if inflation in New England was higher.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's important to see going forward. Since 2020, I think we've experienced about 27% overall inflation since the end of the pandemic. So, on the questions of affordability, a 7-year contract with fixed accelerators in those respects, fuel would be the same for the city anyway. So over the 7 years, it seems like it is actually a more affordable and more predictable model than what we're seeing each year with the budget here in the city. So I think there are benefits on the affordability aspect with this contract. I was also, so basically what I'm saying is, it does seem cost effective considering what we've gone through, and it's not just the dollars and cents. I think the union has spoken to beyond the dollars and cents of the cost to this city and to its employees, who we want to value and retain as employees going forward and recruit in the future. That brings me to my other question with regards to the contract. The memorandum, I see there's still the $2,000 recruitment bonus, which is paid out at $500 per quarter. That's still the same. I've thought of this idea, I think I mentioned this to you, Chapin, about would we be able to offer, commercial driver license scholarships. I looked into it locally. It's about $3,300 for a Class B, about $7,000 roughly for a Class A, which gives somebody a really good career opportunity if they don't stay with Public Works. That enables them to do long-haul trucking. I think in addition, looking forward, To retain people that are career-oriented, I think a scholarship of that sort could help us attract the type of people that we would want to see that are thinking about advancement, thinking about other ways in the trades to make a career. And I think the city is an excellent option for a lot of people in this community. So I just want to mention that. I appreciate the hard work, so thank you.
Just to touch on the CDL portion, the city is, we are signed up as a training facility, so we can train our own, whether they're seasonal employees, for instance, with street maintenance, we will hire someone without a CDL, and we give them 6 months, the ability to obtain a CDL within 6 months, so they go get their permits. We do all the training in-house, we do the driving time in-house. When our staff member that does all the training feels that that particular individual is ready to go take their road test, he signs off on them. They go get their license. Now we have an employee with a CDL. Unfortunately, in recycling, they need that CDL right off to drive the truck. Unless we had some sort of tiering in recycling where you could get a helper to get them on board, then offer that training beyond that into a higher level. And then once they get that, they can move into other departments throughout the city.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think the Public Works could do, it's a great thing to stay out. I mean, you are a trade school. And I think it's really important that we have that out there in the community because if we're having trouble recruiting, I think people should understand the type of skills that are going to be very transferable to other careers moving forward if they decide not to stay with Public Works.
Thank you, Councilor Sang. Councilor McKnight, and then Broderick, and then Litwin.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I first want to thank you all for being so candid about kind of the situation that we're in and sharing your expertise. It's really clear that recycling in Burlington is very difficult right now. It's really hard. And really what I'm hearing is that unfortunately the city has let you all down by just perennially under-resourcing what is one of our most critical departments. I think DPW in some ways is the department that has the most potential to influence residents' daily lives day in and day out. I'm a fan, so thank you. And so to me, this question of the recycling program, it's not just about the operation of the program itself, it's really about who we are and who we want to be as a city. When we're faced with a situation like that where what I view as a core public service becomes difficult, do we give up and hand it off, or do we rise to the challenge and invest in doing it well? And so, I do think this is a core responsibility, and waste more broadly, which includes recycling, is really a key lever that we have available to us in addressing the health of our climate and our living environment. And so I think if a program is struggling because it's under-resourced, our answers should start there. And I would prefer to orient our conversations towards advocating for what we really need to invest in order to build the city that I want to live in, that we all want to live in, that's in line with our values and our priorities. And from a priorities standpoint, I think it would be great to have maybe some more clarity there, because I'm not totally clear on what the true DPW priorities are at this point and, under this administration and what the vision is. I'm definitely, from being on TUC, familiar with like the to-do list and the hot topics, but those things are sometimes can be quite different than our true priorities. And I'm not always clear on how the topics on a certain agenda have been chosen as the most important of the day. So I think that's a conversation I would welcome continuing with you all. And I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Councilor Broderick?
Thank you. I'll I'll try to be brief because I think I'll be repeating a lot of these comments on January 12th. But I second a lot of the comments made by Councilors Newbeezer and McKnight, especially on that I view recycling as one of the higher priorities for DPW, because I consider it lumped into the bucket of providing public goods to the residents of Burlington in a way that is democratically controlled and not at the mercy of a private monopoly or the private sector in general. And I wanted to expand off of what Councilor McKnight said by saying that, for me, a vote to keep recycling within the city is not a vote for the status quo. I would hope that it is a vote for a commitment by the city to invest fully in our public services. This includes, of course, our fleet, growing our staff, removing the responsibility of recycling from our street team by growing our staff, and doing so with policies like this memorandum, flow control to address the fact that our recycling does not cover the entire city. I think you called that flow control, right? Great. Yeah, expanding the number of plots that we are the haulers of recycling from. I agree that I think creating a consolidated system, especially a public one, will probably take us 7 years. But I want us to have as much infrastructure in place to ensure that we are able to make that transition if we so decide to do it within the city. And I believe that privatizing recycling for 7 years we will lose the opportunity and we will not be able to get it back. So yeah, I guess that's for now the biggest point that I want to get across, and obviously I'm fully supportive of this memorandum, is that that this is a decision for me of not giving up on our workers, not giving up on residents who are very supportive of DPW and our recycling services. And I want this to be a commitment by this council and by the city to invest in DPW and in our public services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Councilor Litwin?
Thanks. I'm going to forego my comment because I'm not fully prepared to have this conversation, and I'm concerned about how many more deliberative items we have. So I will wait until January.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Litwin. Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? Councilor Grant?
Thank you. So just a couple of thoughts, because I am obsessed with fleet. I used to spend quite a bit of time with Chief LaChance before he retired just to talk about fleet. And we talked about fleet and fire and also fleet across the city. It's just really informative. So we have, just to put it out there for public record for people who don't realize, long-term deferred maintenance and vehicle replacement prior to the current administration. So there is just no way it's fiscally possible to replace all the vehicles that need to be replaced. And there is no question that we are having to spend money on repairs because we have older vehicles. So I just want that to be recognized, because that does seem to be one of the things that we're working on. We just can't do it all in one fiscal year. And the way some of these vehicles get ordered is interesting in terms of having to put it in your particular budget year, but you don't get it till 3 years later, which sometimes is getting worse because of just the international movement of parts and the waiting times, etc. And the costs continue to increase exponentially, especially with fire trucks and ambulances. But we got into the other vehicles as well. We talked earlier about police vehicles. So I just want that to be very clear. So I guess when we say the city has let people down or let the departments down, the issue of deferred maintenance has gone on for a very, very long time across multiple mayors. I would like to also say that I want to thank some of my fellow counselors who did make a point to meet with staff to really deep dive why these were hard positions to hire and to keep. And that really hadn't been done before. You know, the idea of offering these additional, the sign-on bonuses and then taking a look at what we pay. We were doing it for other positions across the city, but we weren't really doing it for this position. And I don't think it's been quite a year yet. So that is another part of the issue. And I think I'll leave it there. I find the union's feedback that we got around why it was so difficult to fill these positions to be very, very important. And I find the feedback around the frustration to still not be able to fill positions. And I can certainly understand that if you're already working full-time doing one job and you're being asked to do overtime to do something else, we've had individuals talk about the burden that puts on their ability to have a quality life. So I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. I do not have any other councilors in the queue on this item. So we will then go to a vote on the motion. This is with respect to the extended MOA with AFSCME. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Are any opposed? That carries unanimously. So thank you again, everyone, for being here, and we'll look forward to continuing the discussion.
We do too. Thank you for all the time.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes.
I believe we are at close to time, but we're not at time. So I would move to to suspend the rules to allow us to finish our deliberative agenda.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second? Second to Councilor Barlow. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Yes.
Councilor Litwin?
I just wonder, are there any items that do not need to be heard before the end of the year?
I don't know that question is germane to the motion. The motion is and I don't know that anyone would be able to answer that if something
Well, I
needs
figured it was germane to the discussion of whether I would vote yes or no on suspending the rules, so.
I mean, so the motion is to complete the deliberative agenda, meaning we would not get to any of the other items after the deliberative agenda. Looking at the rest of the agenda, we have two ordinances, items 6.10, 6.11, and then items 6.12, 13, and 14 to round it out. The motion on the floor is to suspend the rules to complete our deliberative agenda. Is there any further debate on that question? All right, we'll go to a vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? So our rules are suspended to complete the deliberative agenda. We'll turn to item 6.10. Councilor Bergman, as chair of our ordinance committee, I'll be turning to you on both items 6.10 and 11 to introduce a motion on them and go to a vote. So item 6.10 first, Councilor Bergman.
Thank you. I would move to waive the second reading and approve the ordinance as amended by the ordinance committee unanimously and ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Bergman?
Very quickly, we took this up. This council has given our ordinance committee a lot of work, and we are putting it out. And I would really appreciate if we can be able to move these things through. This really was a pretty no-braining change, which is fundamentally to change the enforcement authority from simply law enforcement officers to any officer that is authorized to issue municipal tickets. We separated the question of the increase in the fine, because fines went well beyond just the single ordinance that was brought in front of us, and we will take that question up at a subsequent time and come back with a report. And so I would hope that we could support this simple change unanimously and move on to the next one.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there any other councilor that wishes to speak to this item? Councilor Litwin, I'm assuming your hand is from before, is that right?
It is, apologies.
Okay, great, no worries. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will go to a vote on this motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Are any opposed? That carries unanimously. Councilor Bergman, I'll turn to you now to introduce item 6.11.
Thank you. I would move to waive the second reading and approve the ordinance as amended by the Ordinance Committee.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Actually, we didn't amend it. I'm looking at the wrong thing. And adopt the ordinance. We didn't change it at all.
Second.
Second by Councilor McKnight. Councilor Bergman, would you like the floor back?
Yes, very briefly. You have on the agenda a number of attachments. Testimony that was given by the insurance industry at the state, testimony that was given by Chief Burke at the state. This was actually when he was the South Burlington chief. The state act that was enacted that this is modeled on. And fundamentally what this does is supplement the state law and make a violation of that state law a civil violation for the city of Burlington. And with the city circle and with an attempt to have a full range of enforcement options for us, this makes a lot of sense. We harmonize the breaking into, the taking of cars with the state law. Very, very important. The supplemental information really describes that. And the civil enforcement effort is really the thing that we need to do here, because it makes no sense to make this a criminal offense, because you already have a state law that does that. So on all levels, this makes perfect sense to adopt, and I hope we do this unanimously.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there any other councilor that wishes to speak to this item? We will go to a vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Are any opposed? That carries unanimously. That takes us now to item 6.12, a resolution regarding compensation for school board members. Without weighing in on the merits of it, I am the sponsor of this resolution, and absent objection, we'll just take a brief moment of liberty to explain the factual circumstances behind this item. Earlier this year, the school board had reached out to us with their unanimous approval to ask if we would consider placing a proposed charter change question on the ballot in March that would add school board members to city councilors as those who may be compensated for their service with a stipend. After further review, a determination was made that actually under Title 16 of Vermont statutes, it allows for us to, absent a charter change, to place a question on our ballot of our electorate as to whether or not they would approve of the use of education funds for the purposes of offering school board members a stipend. What this resolution does, using our powers as a city council, it places that question and issue before voters on the ballot without a charter change. And if it was approved, then it would allow for up to the proposed stipend here, the use of education funds for that purpose. With that, the recommended action on this item is to waive the reading and adopt the resolution. If there's any questions on the merits or further substance, I'll pass the gavel at that point in time. Is there a motion on the recommended action?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Barlow, seconded by Councilor Singh. Is there any discussion on this item? All right, we will go to a vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And I will note that we will have the opportunity on this item, as well as all other ballot questions, for us to work on a short form ballot if we are so interested. That now takes us to item 6.13, a resolution regarding the March 3rd, 2026 annual city meeting and proposed increase in the police and fire tax rate. I will note, for the sake of clarity, that the recommended action here is to waive the reading and refer to the Board of Finance. So unlike the motion that we just took, a vote on the recommended action tonight would not place this question on the ballot, rather would simply refer it to the Board of Finance. With that, Mayor, this is, well, Councilor Bergman, you are the principal sponsor of this, and so I'd be happy for you to introduce the item.
Thank you. And unfortunately for me and the rest of us, I am not going to be as brief as I was in the last two items. I'm sorry.
We did well.
I would move to waive the reading, refer the resolution to the Board of Finance, and have the floor back after a second.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Grant. Councilor Bergman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So first, I want to thank the mayor for starting the budget work early. The budget gap will take multiple solutions to solve, and tonight we take up one of those solutions as we continue this work and move it forward so that we can make the crucial decision in January to place a revenue-raising item on the March 3rd ballot. This is our chance to weigh in at the beginning before sending it to the Finance Board for a deeper look, but know that we have a January 26th deadline to agree on a tax question to put on the March ballot. Now, as I just said, this proposal does not try to deal with the projected $10 to $12 million budget gap with one solution. It is only projected to raise $3 million and cover between a quarter to a third of the gap. We'll need to cover the rest with a combination of other new revenue sources, efficiencies, or cuts. This dedicated public safety property tax increase will help us address the growth in our police and fire budgets that we voted for. To summarize those budgets, the council approved collective bargaining agreements to improve retention and recruitment, including cost of living adjustments based on the significant inflation these workers faced. We added 2 more firefighters to achieve safer staffing ratios at a time when our fire department is dealing with the overdose crisis. We maintained the CAPE and CSO program within the department because we know specialists are better equipped to deal with our mental health and drug problems and the issues associated with houselessness than sworn police officers. We budgeted for more sworn officers this fiscal year, and the department is actively recruiting for these positions. Our dedicated public safety property tax does not come close to covering the cost of health and safety, even adding in the dedicated police property tax, this other splinter tax. We need this increase to balance things more fairly and accurately to come closer to covering costs we added. Our residents, our visitors, our workers and business owners demand that we address our health and safety issues, and we cannot do this without new revenue. It will be hard enough to avoid austerity with it, and I do not relish our job if we don't have it. This is a responsible, strategic tax increase, one that reflects our commitment to a crucial and critical community priority, community health and safety. I hope the Finance Board not only supports this proposal, but also supports new revenues, especially ones that are progressive and based on an ability to pay. The property tax is regressive. Paying for your home is not a discretionary expense. We need alternatives. I hope the Finance Board comes up with creative ways to save money and improve efficiencies as well as raise money, and I look forward to hearing about its work on the budget in the weeks to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Mayor.
Thank you, President Travers. I want to thank Councilor Bergman for putting this resolution forward in partnership with our efforts in my administration to bring this budget information out early, to engage in robust and important public conversations about this in the deliberative process for council, but also the Board of Finance, of course, if this gets referred there, but it is important that all folks in the public, as well as with our city employees and unions, know the state of affairs as we head into fiscal year 27. We learned a lot of lessons in the first two budgets that I have brought forward. I've appreciated the unanimous support by council when we've gotten to the final stages of budget development, and I know that each year we are building on making this a stronger and more transparent process. I want to emphasize the motion tonight under Councilor Bergman's leadership is to refer this concept of a tax increase on our police and fire splinter taxes to the Board of Finance. That allows us to have a public conversation around this as one piece of the several different solutions that we'll have to come up with together in order to close an estimated $10 to $12 million budget gap. Last week, I held a press conference to get into the details a little bit more, which I will spare you tonight. We went over this at a high level with the Board of Finance earlier today to talk a little bit about like how did we get here as a city, what are the major cost drivers and the realities that are causing these budget gaps year after year. Very briefly, there are three major drivers, not the only ones, but three major drivers on why we have a budget gap that even requires us to have a possible tax increase to help close that gap. That includes having a lot of one-time funds flowing through the city to maintain ongoing services and staffing. And that I want to emphasize some of that staffing was very much needed as we continue to expand and develop more comprehensive community safety response. This includes additions over the last few years of community safety liaisons through our CAPE program, community safety officers, et cetera. However, ongoing sustainable revenue sources were not identified to help transition off of the one-time funds, be it grant money or ARPA money or other kinds of one-time funds. And before my administration began, between fiscal year 15 and 24, the size of the city workforce grew by almost 100 FTEs. That's just a fact we have to grapple with as a city as we now get to the point of this several years of this growth of reckoning with we don't have the revenues to keep sustaining it in the ways we did. And the third and final piece is our grant list on average, when you look at the data, and there was a slide on this at the Board of Finance earlier today, our grant list currently does grow at a sluggish pace. It only grows by about 1% year over year on average. That is about $600,000. And the math just doesn't math, as the kids say today. And so we need to get creative on our solutions and work collectively together and be truthful with the public on what it will take to continue to make important investments in our community safety system. There's a couple slides I've had staff just pull up ever so quickly. I promise this is going to be quick because I am tired alongside all of you. If we can make those a little bit bigger. Otherwise, the mayor needs to get new glasses. But what that first slide will say when they get there, if you can go to the next one, is just a big picture. Again, I mentioned the $10 to $12 million budget gap, a 5 cent, and I said cent, not percent, cent increase on police and fire tax would raise just about $3 million based on our taxable parcels in the city. Currently, the police and fire splinter taxes that are already approved by voters over the years raise about just over $6 million. But these two budgets combined, which are our two biggest budgets in our general operating budget, total almost $40 million, $39.1 million. You can see that these dedicated splinter tax go nowhere near covering the actual cost of operating a modern-day police and fire department. So when we say that we're going to request or suggest requesting a 5 cent increase, it helps us, and this is not a bullet up there, it helps us cover basically the growth between fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27 on the estimated cost for police and fire. Again, at Board of Finance, if you want to go to the next slide, please. At Board of Finance, we talked a little bit about the investments we've made into police and fire, and I encourage people to look at that footage to get a little bit deeper into the why. But when we look at the impacts on a median assessed valued home in the city of Burlington, that's why it's an odd number. It is technically $353,000. That is what a median house is valued at here. And so when you look at a tax increase of what that has been over the last few years, you'll see our work to try to keep percentage increases as minimal as possible. Fiscal year 25 was the first budget I presented to voters with a very short runway as a new mayor. Fiscal year 26, we worked extremely hard to keep that tax increase as low as humanly possible. Next slide. However, with our, I was going to say complicated because it is complicated, our 15-plus different splinter taxes that we have, there are 2 that are, do not require annual voter approval by voters in the city, and those are based on our charter language related to our debt service tax and our retirement tax. And we call these out because even if we do nothing, even if all we did was cut, and solve the $10 to $12 million budget gap by just cutting, which is not what we're recommending at all, we still would have a tax increase because these are required based on a formula to account for what the city takes on for debt and what the city has as its requirement, rightfully, to retirees for the city. Next slide. And so with that estimated 3-cent increase based on the required debt and retirement splinter taxes, if you added 5 cents to that, and you look at the median valued house at $353,000, those 2 combined, I'm about halfway through the table there in the middle, about an estimated $285 annual increase for that house, for that property taxpayer. That's just over 9.4% on increase of taxes for next year. Next slide. I think that's it. Perfect. So just to wrap up, I just want to, and I know Councilor Bergman mentioned this as well, we can go into the specificity of why we need to increase by 5 cents the police and fire tax based on decisions that the council and the administration have made, but we have been very conscious about community safety and health being a priority for this city. And so as we grapple with the hard work ahead of closing the rest and the remaining part of the budget gap for fiscal year 27, this tax increase would reflect a very strategic and very important continued investment in community safety. And I do hope that we can get to a place where bipartisan support can be expressed by this council, because community safety is such a critical piece of moving Burlington forward. And I know we all hear this collectively from our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Who would like to get in the queue on this item? Councilor Barlow.
Thank you. I will be supporting this referral of the discussion to the Board of Finance. I'm not sure where I am on this specific revenue proposal. We just began budget discussions this evening, and after the presentation, we had about 10 minutes to ask questions. So we're just getting into it. I do think additional revenue may be likely necessary this year, but we also need to understand any proposal for additional revenues in the context of proposals for on the expense side of the ledger as well. So I really am looking to understand more about the big picture, and I think tonight's discussion at Board of Finance was a good start. I do just want to point out that currently the public safety tax covers 6.4 million of the $39 million, so 32.6 million, if I got my math right, of the fire and police budgets come from other revenue sources, including the general city tax. So whether we raise the general city tax or we raise the public safety tax, it's the same amount of money getting raised. I do think if you can make the argument that it's public safety that is driving these increases, or it's a good tax to raise. But I guess I still want to get into that a little bit more too, whether or not we raise one or the other of the splinter taxes. And I guess that's all I'll say about it. I look forward to the discussion. I will be supporting this tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Who else? Councilor Singh.
As everybody's mentioned, it is a late hour, so I don't know how well I'll be able to crystallize my thoughts here. I wasn't on the council when the public safety tax, this police and fire tax, first came into as part of one of the splinter taxes. I don't think it was honestly meant to be there to keep filling budget gaps. So I question why we're calling, when we have this large budget gap, that we're raising this particular tax. If in the case where I believe police and fire and public safety are very big priority for this city, but this is something that we should consider as a basic municipal service, and putting it into public safety and fire, or police and fire, in some way strikes me as a way to package it that might be more palatable for a tax increase. And I think we should have the really broad discussion of, how we use these splinter taxes to balance our budget. Last year we made a lot of cuts to parks. Did we bring the penny for parks down to 0.97%? We didn't, so even though these parts of the budget are going up, it speaks to a bigger item than just the public safety challenges that we're having. So again, I like the idea of trying to identify new revenue sources and what those might be and how to grow those revenue sources, but I do have a lot of reservations about how we're doing this. So that's kind of where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Singh. Who else? Yeah, Councilor Carpenter. And then Grant.
Just clarification, but as I understand it, one of the reasons to raise the public safety tax is that we can't spend it on anything else. So it's sort of a protection. If we're going to be cutting other things, if we vote on this tax, this has to go to public safety. And in a fashion for the taxpayer, it's the same thing as general fund. It doesn't really look any different when they pay their bill. It just protects that pot of money we can't scarf away for something else.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Grant. And then Councilor Litwin.
Thank you. I think this would represent not only where our priorities lie, but also the reality of our situation around funding police and fire. We're allowing fire to have additional positions. I can tell you from my multiple conversations with the fire department, having staff levels that meet their minimum safety guidelines has been an issue for some time. That's going to cost more money. We had a discussion with regards to the new contracts for police and fire. That's going to cost more money. We know we have fleet issues. That's going to cost money in order to get more replacement of vehicles. We had Chief Burke here tonight talking about the issues with regards to resolving quote-unquote compression salary, which would encourage people to apply to be sergeants and lieutenants, because right now we have people that would qualify for that but are choosing not to because of the salary range they were locked into. That's going to cost more money. So we have numerous examples of how these services that we need and that the public continues to call for are costing us more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Litwin.
Thank you. I think in the end tonight, I will join Councilor Barlow in voting to move this to committee to the Board of Finance for further discussion. But I remain very skeptical, and I very much am in alignment with Councilor Singh's comments. That ultimately my concern is that, yes, this is one of the #1 things Burlingtonians are rightfully willing to reach into their proverbial wallets for. And so I agree. I think it makes it more palatable. I would want to see come out of the Board of Finance discussions that if this were to go through, that there would be a commitment that we would not see any cuts to the general fund portion of police and fire, which may very well be the plan. This is the first time we're talking about this.
Point of order.
In addition,
sorry, Councilor Litwin, there's a point of order. Yes,
Oh,
Councilor
sure.
Newbeeser.
respectfully, it just feels that, and I didn't jump in earlier, but that's kind of the definition of getting away from talking about the issue and instead impugning the motives behind a proposal from the mayor's office.
No, I haven't heard that at all. So Councilor Litwin, you can continue.
Thank you. And so in addition, so I'll gladly pay attention and listen to the Board of Finance conversation on this. However, when we did have the budget conversations back in June, I raised this concern that I felt we might be kicking the can down the road a little bit with the budget that we did pass, and that, the comments from the administration were that, everything had been scrubbed, there were no more places, and it was, irresponsible to cut further. So we are going to have to make some very difficult and challenging decisions, but we have a lot to talk about. We also need to see some progress on the pilot funds discussion. I realize that, there's been transition at UVM, but, somewhere close to 30% of our downtown population is students. We're sending ambulances and police and fire to campus quite regularly. And so there's just a broader conversation, but ultimately I don't know if this is the way to go. And then lastly, I would just love to see when this does come back for further discussion, I appreciate the slides that were prepared tonight. It is helpful. But every time we talk about these tax increases, we talk about them in a very siloed way. So it shows us, okay, this is going to be, $283 on the average home. But we're never looking at it in a grid or table that shows the new high school payment that people have to pay now, the water bond payments that are going to be coming, and so on and so forth. And so I think this is going to fall into the category for me as death by 1,000 cuts for so many residents, whether you're a homeowner or a renter, because it will be passed on to the renters. So I'll leave that there tonight. I look forward to the conversation. Ultimately, I don't know if I will support this in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? All right. Yeah, sorry, Mayor. We'll give you the last word on it.
Thank you very much, President Travers. I just want to just provide 2 points of information just based on the debate. I know it's late, so I just want to make sure people leave with accurate information. Just a couple of points that were raised. The slide that we did share that includes the debt service does include the reflection of the debt that the city needs to pay back. So that is included in the estimate for fiscal year 27. We're not hiding anything. That is why we purposely added that to the slide tonight. And the second thing, we have a lot of splinters. It took me a while to learn them all as well. But the penny for parks splinter tax only can go to capital upgrades for the city, not for personnel or operating expenses. So I just wanted to offer that for folks as we continue to work forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So with that, I think we will go to a vote then on the item. And anticipating a divided vote, I'll ask that the clerk please call the roll.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Broderick?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor Kane?
Yes.
Councilor Litwin?
Yes.
Councilor McKnight?
No.
Councilor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Councilor Schachter?
Yes.
Councilor Singh?
No.
City Council President Travers?
No.
9 ayes, 3 nays.
So with 9 ayes and 3 nays, the motion carries and will be taken up by the Board of Finance. That brings us to the last deliberative item that we have here, item 6.14. This is presented as an information item only. There's no anticipated action that has been warned on the item. This is regarding a proposed resolution for the March 3rd, 2026 annual city meeting, advisory question regarding municipal tax reform. Again, Councilor Bergman, you are the main sponsor of this, so would be happy to turn the floor to you first.
Okay. So I want to move to waive the reading, have the floor back after a second with, I think, the need to request to have the floor back after the initial debate to move to have further deliberations and a vote at our next meeting on January 12th. I think that might be the appropriate action.
That could be an action that's made.
Well, that is the motion that I'm making, so
Okay.
that we can make sure that it is that we are actually going to take it up and we don't have to do anything else. That is consistent with what is said as, the recommended action. So I just...
Sure. The recommended action is effectively to postpone the item until January 12th.
That is correct, but to allow for deliberation
If you go ahead and make that motion with a second, I will allow some flexibility for folks to deliberate beyond simply postponement. Just to get it on the table.
Well, yes, in fact, that is what the language to begin deliberation is on the posting, which is why I said it, which is why it's like that.
Sure.
So anyway, sure. I think we're in the same place, so I'll be happy to be quiet and get a second and take the floor back.
Okay. So the substance of the motion made by Councilor Bergman, as I understand it, is to postpone the action until January 12th, 2026. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Bergman, the floor is yours on this item.
Thank you. So we just had a discussion around raising the dedicated public safety property tax, and I noted that the property tax is regressive and not based on an ability to pay, and that paying for your home is not a discretionary expense. We need alternatives to raise new revenues, especially ones that are more progressive, meaning they're based on an ability to pay. We need new revenue to avoid the spiral of austerity that will especially harm people with the least resources. We need this tax reform to keep our city from becoming even more unaffordable for working people, for young families, for older people. Did you know that in 2023, 53% of the city's taxpayers made less than $50,000 or made $50,000 or less, and another 20% made between $50,000 and $80,000, meaning 73% are making under $80,000, and this, while the 7% who made over $200,000 made almost 2.5 times the income of what the bottom 53% made. The status quo is failing, and we need to change it. The resolution notes that the Tax Fairness Working Group came up with a number of ideas to overhaul our city tax system to make it fairer and more progressive. Our legislative agenda includes ideas as well for renters and low-income homeowners through general state law changes. But in the Fairness Working Group, the idea that received the most support was a charter change to create a municipal tax exemption on the value of a homestead. The advisory question in this resolution asks voters to weigh in on creating this exemption. It's important to recall that the Tax Fairness Group called on us to allow for enough time for public review so we could incorporate feedback before making any final decisions on tax reforms. We already had some discussion here and in the Charter Change Committee and in the media about the exemption, and this advisory committee question is the next stage of the review process. The mayor's memo that's part of this agenda item is part of this process too, and that memo focuses on many questions we have raised over the last month, including how it would affect our revenue needs, who will benefit, why this promotes tax fairness, and the impact on renters. For example, it notes that the proposed exemption would be revenue neutral, that nearly 2/3 of all homesteads would see a decrease of $150 or more off their annual municipal tax bill, that the lower value properties are consistently overassessed compared to their market value, while high value properties are consistently underassessed, and that because of the revenue neutrality, if the 3.1% increase in municipal taxes for rental properties were fully passed on to tenants, the full amount would run about $3 to $8 a month. On this last point, let me be clear that we have an outrageously tight housing market where rent gouging seems to be the norm and landlords charge the maximum amount they can regardless of cost drivers. A $3 monthly per unit tax increase, or even an $8 one, will not force apartment owners to raise rents. It would just be an excuse to create a smokescreen for the housing shortage, the lack of tenant protections in Vermont, and the profiteering and speculation that are skyrocketing rents already. Tenants should not be played off against low and very modest income homeowners who need help affording to live here. And as I said at the beginning, this is the start of this conversation, and I think both tonight and into the new year, we'll have more of it. So, Mr. President, after the debate, I'd like to have the floor back to move that we continue this discussion at our January 12th meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Bergman. And again, I think just as a point of order, I do believe that the motion already active on the floor would be to postpone the item. So I think we're good on that front.
I like that.
All right, good. Thank you. Mayor?
So just very briefly, thank you, Council President Travers. Again, gratitude to Councilor Bergman to be a good partner in what I see is actually a two-part proposal that is emerging here as we think about how do we get the city in a more sustainable standing with how we raise revenue, and to do so in a responsible way that is transparent and getting us the resources we need to do part of the way of closing the $10 to $12 million budget gap. The other pressing challenge to grapple with is affordability in the city. It is one of the reasons I ran for mayor. It is one of the hardest things to get a handle on for this city after many years of the way that rent has increased with very few checks and balances, as well as the increase of taxes for every Vermonter, but including here in Burlington. So this, I want to be clear, is a non-binding question for voters. We have this ability to ask voters to weigh in, to help inform us as elected leaders, another data point around are we headed in the right direction. I convened the Tax Fairness Working Group about a year ago to start digging into tax policy, how to make it fair, how to just frankly explore the ways we raise revenue on a local level. And frankly, what is something that is more feasible more immediately than not, knowing that a municipality has to frankly run a lot of things through the legislative process in order to change anything on a local level. And as folks read in the report we shared with you in October, I'm trying to guess back to when we gave you an update on this all. There's great inequities in how income is considered for 2/3 of your property tax bill, which goes to the state, but very little of your income is considered on the municipal side of things. In order for us to start seeing if we can move in the direction of more affordability on how we raise revenue in a fair, more balanced way, this is a non-binding question we want to ask to voters. Is this the right direction to focus our policy making together in? This is not only a potential tax policy idea that will provide critical tax relief for an estimated 2/3 of homeowners here in Burlington. It would also begin to address some of the inequities in our property assessment process, for which was alluded to by Councilor Bergman. And for those who have been on the council for a little while now, know that our last reassessment process in this city, but this is not unique to Burlington, this is innate in the reassessment process. But many residents saw a significant increase in their property taxes bills after the last citywide reassessment process. And this is because, as again, Councilor Bergman mentioned, it tends to for lower valued properties, it tends to overassess based on what the market would yield versus higher properties and what they could yield from selling on the market. So this proposal, this non-binding question, would be a policy idea that could begin to rebalance the inequities between low, moderate, high-valued residential properties, but also business properties in that process. Just finally, I want to say our ultimate goal here is to make sure that we balance the ability to pay in this city. I really appreciate Councilor Bergman digging into what the earning power is in our city. I think that's a stark reality check for us to know who we are serving. The residents who live here do not, for the vast majority of them, make a lot of salary or income. And I think we have an opportunity to be very honest about how do we keep Burlington livable and affordable for working folks and folks on fixed incomes. So I hope that the council in January will, after some more deliberation and time to think, as well as to digest what I think is one of our standout memos from our administration. I want to thank my team's hard work on this memo. To get praise from former City Councilor Sharon Busher is no small thing, and I really hope that my team heard that. This was very thoughtfully constructed after initial feedback from folks, specifically on the impacts it would have on renters and specifically on the impacts on commercial properties. So I hope you'll read this memo, and I hope in January we can gain your support to put this non-binding question, which I think is a great form of direct democracy, on the ballot to get the voices and opinions from our voters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Which councilors would like to get in the queue on this item? Councilor Carpenter, then Barlow.
I did really appreciate that memo, but I think there's a few things that need to be added to it. Councilor Bergman talked about the low income of many of our residents in the city. My guess is many of those are not homeowners, so they will not benefit from this. So I think some more data about the income status of the homeowners that will benefit versus renters. The memo presumes it won't be passed on, but I would not presume that. Nancy's, and I can talk directly to her, observation about the rent-protected properties is not entirely accurate. Lots of our nonprofit partners are not at the maximum because they want to keep their rents low. If they have an increase, it definitely can be passed on within the context of rent-controlled properties. So we really need to look at that. And my big concern is about the renters. So I don't want to underestimate that. And I think it's important that that be called out. And I think there's a number of things in the resolution that we just need to be clearer on. It's not clear if there's a cap on the residential properties that would benefit or not benefit from this. We need to be clear if that's an intent or not. And then just finally, I want to observe, and I'm still not sure where I am, but this was a proposal by the Tax Fairness Working Group that did not take public comment. So the 12 people on that committee, 10 of them, I understand, voted for this, but it wasn't a widely debated proposal. And we can observe that maybe an advisory vote's a way to go, and I'm certainly willing to talk about it, but I just think it's important it didn't groundswell out. It came from a fairly small group. And again, I'll comment on those couple things that I wish we'd have more information on or send to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Barlow.
Thank you. The mayor gave me the opportunity, and I appreciated serving on the Tax Fairness Working Group. It was an engaged group that met for several meetings, and we could have talked for several meetings more on some of the proposals, quite honestly. And I had said at the completion of that work that, in my view, we needed a more expansive community conversation that included outreach to rental and commercial property owners before we propose any question or charter change. These are taxpayer voices and viewpoints that, in my view, were underrepresented in that working group. So my preference for moving forward with any tax fairness proposal would be to first have that more expansive conversation over the next several months. And if there is a homestead exemption proposal or other proposal with merit, then we put it on as a charter change. And we have opportunities this coming year in November, because there's a state election, and we often piggyback city issues on that election or on town meeting day 2027. At this point, I'm open to this discussion, but I'm not supportive of an advisory question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? Yes, Councilor Newbeezer, and then Grant.
I am supportive of this in concept and also putting it to the voters. I would pose to my colleague, there is no more democratic process than engaging in the democratic process and putting a question to the voters. I don't know of any process we're going to have at the city council level, at a minimum on a low turnout election, 8,000, 9,000 residents are going to vote. That is much more democratic and representative of the city than any process that we or any one of our committees is going to be able to engage in. So want to put that there. On the merits of this proposal, I think it's really exciting because the chart that keeps sticking out in my head, and we've seen it in a few budget presentations, is the And actually, that 341 number was really, really helpful for the median assessed value versus just looking at the average sale price of a home. If you are the average person in the city, you have a property at 341 assessed value, your municipal property tax, just from FY '21 or '22, wherever that chart started, has increased $700 annually, in not even not even a decade. This is the first time that I've heard anything, as long as I've been on here and as long as I've been paying attention to City Council, that would substantially reverse that trend and look at average working people, middle-class folks, lower middle-class folks, folks on a fixed income, folks who don't have $1 million home with a nice view, and say, we are going to give you a direct financial break. You are the priority of our tax policy in this city. I think that's really exciting to me. I think it's critical, especially as we talk about needing to balance this budget and the item we just discussed with a fire tax increase potentially coming to voters. I think that's really important. If you have a home under $200,000, as the memo notes, you could see a 17% reduction in your annual municipal property tax bill. That is transformational for a lot of folks. And if you, it's also mentioned in the memo, the co-op on North Ave would almost, if not eliminate, the municipal property tax burden on those folks. So to me, that is really, really exciting. I think it's more, I would do it tomorrow if I could wave a wand, but it certainly merits going to the voters and asking what they think, and is this the direction they want to see. And then the final point, because 60% of this city rents, and so we absolutely should be, and a vast majority of renters don't make a ton of income, although there are certainly high-income luxury units in the city that are rentals. We haven't pursued any real tax fairness as a body or as a city going back a decade plus now under the previous administration, just to be totally frank on where I am. And rents have increased from 2015 to 2024, 2018, I should say, to 2024, for a one-bedroom by 34%, for a two-bedroom by 28%. So landlords, whether they be commercial, because those folks are getting away with murder, frankly, financially, particularly if they bought prior to COVID, they are making an arm and a leg, and if they're charging market rate. But they have shown, both on the commercial side and the residential side, the vast majority of property owners will charge tenants anything and everything they can, and they will pass along costs, and they will nickel and dime people. And if you need more evidence of that, go to a housing board review and talk to folks who have their security deposit stolen over a few $100 cleaning fee. That is the reality we're living in. That's the reality working class folks are living in, middle class folks are living in Burlington, and have been for a long time. And so that will be the reality that has been the reality for a decade. In the midst of that, we have an opportunity to ease the burden on folks who also are moderate income. And then I will, I think, wrap it there. There's one more point, I apologize. Oh, just that it's really, I want to hit home the point, and because in a lot of these discussions we just say, okay, the landlord's going to pass on this cost, whether it be on the commercial side or residential side. That should not just be a given, and we should sort of stop and pause and say, call it for what it is. It's price gouging. If you bought your unit, whether it's a residential rental or you're a commercial landlord, and you bought prior to 2019 with the interest rates and the valuations that were market rate, and now you're in 2025 and you're charging full market rate, which easily starting is $1,000 a bedroom on the residential, you are price gouging people. And yes, you have the legal right to do it. I think we should change that. I think we should be pursuing rent stabilization. This entire conversation has been a great argument for that, and I know I'll wrap up right here. But it's immoral and it's wrong, and we shouldn't be afraid to call that out as a community and say, no, you don't just have to squeeze every dime out of your neighbors because you own a rental property. And in fact, there's plenty of margin being a landlord, and there's very low risk compared to any other market, given that our vacancy rate is 1.5%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Grant, and then Councilor Singh.
So I agree 100% with the things that my colleague just mentioned. Rent stabilization is something that we do not have. I consider it to be different than rent control per se. Rent stabilization accounts for the fact that maintenance costs can go up and other costs can go up, and that landlords do have the right to raise their rent, but not to the crazy amounts that we see in this city. And I have had people talk to me about their concern about if this was something that we were to pursue, and I do support it, that it will affect renters because landlords will raise rent. I can't respectfully, I can't take that argument seriously because of what is happening in this city, and it is something I hear about all the time. We have a for-profit system for housing. We have companies and individuals that own large amounts of units, and they sneeze and raise rents. Rents are going up constantly. They're going to go up anyway, and I am hard-pressed for any type of evidence to appear that would be contrary to that. We are just looking at what has been happening in the city. I would love for the corporate landlords and the landlords who own a large number of units to really get together and talk and really recognize what's happening here, because it's strangling us. It's strangling renters of all ages. And I just don't see that this is going, they're going to raise it anyway. So I won't beat a dead horse on that. But it is something that we really need to keep in mind. It's not a valid argument based on what is actually happening in the city. Regarding commercial properties, during, I can't remember the exact year, but when we had our last big reevaluation on property taxes, because we were starting to go through COVID, commercial properties got huge reductions because the way that commercial properties were being looked at was different from the way that residential properties were being looked at. Even if you had a residential property and you were affected by COVID in terms of the amount of income that you were making, that wasn't taken into consideration, whereas the value of the commercial properties, that was taken into consideration. So that's something that we have to keep in mind as well. And I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. We'll go Councilor Singh and then McKnight.
Thank you, Council President Travers. I just want to echo many of the comments that my colleague, Councilor Barlow, made with as far as the makeup of the committee. I appreciate the people who served on that, but I think, having more input from the people that this would affect would be really helpful. The commercial rate, as was mentioned in the public forum section, are already assessed at 120%. And I would argue that the fact is many commercial spaces in our downtown are vacant at this moment. So to say that they're able to just raise rents and get people in there, I think is not the case that we are seeing in the downtown. So I would argue that that's not really a valid point. Construction costs are up already. We're looking for people to build housing. We're increasing hurdle rates with higher interest rates. Raising taxes on potentially people that are willing to build is going to be another hurdle for them to convince people to build more housing in the city. I would also take umbrage to the fact that there's plenty of margin in landlords in Burlington. As somebody who works as a mortgage professional and who actually has marketed himself as somebody that does investment property financing, that margin isn't there at this moment, given where interest rates are, where taxes are, and just the limited supply and what the prices are of the properties that are for sale. I agree with Councilor Bergman that there are a lot of inequities that lie in our assessment of properties in the city. But this does not get to that point about how we assess properties. This is a one-size-fits-all, 30,000, we take it off. And I don't think that's the right approach when we're talking about affordability, because that affects everybody across the income spectrum. We can talk about the makeup of the income spectrum here, but this does not address people's ability to pay by just saying 30,000 off of all homesteads. So those are my initial comments. I know this will come up again, but I don't support this as a ballot item. I would support more work on something like this as far as affordability and property tax relief. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Singh. Councilor McKnight?
Thank you. So as others have spoken to, I agree with, I'm very much in favor of making Burlington more affordable. However, I oppose putting this question on the ballot for a few reasons, both because of the ballot language itself as well as the underlying policy, because I don't think it really does make life more affordable for residents. First, to address the ballot language. So I feel very strongly about this. The ballot is not meant to be a PR mechanism for any administration. Advisory questions should neutrally inform voters.
Point of order.
Not advocate.
Sorry,
Point of
Councilor
order.
Sorry, Councilor McKnight.
That's impugning the motives of the administration very clearly.
I think that there is a difference between critique and impugning, and
That was very clearly impugning.
Well,
The mayor's
I'm going to look, whether it's the mayor, whether it's another councilor, I will enforce our rules against impugning anyone's motives. But councilors are allowed to critique the positions of both the mayor as well as their colleagues here. I will caution councilors with respect to that, but Councilor McKnight, please go ahead and continue.
Thank you. And for the record, I think it is every city councilor's job to provide transparent feedback on the actions of the executive branch of the city of Burlington, and I will continue to do that.
Point of order.
Yes, Councilor Grant.
That can be true without impugning a person. Thank you.
Okay, that was an improperly stated point of order. Councilor McKnight, please continue.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, advisory questions should neutrally inform voters, not advocate for a policy or provide a report on the actions of an elected official. Both of those things are currently in this language. The framing in the ballot question as written is clearly designed to sell in the tax abatement concept to the voters. It oversimplifies what is in reality a very complex tax shift and obscures the very real financial impacts on renters and small businesses. The ballot makes it sound like it will make life more affordable for all moderate and low-income people, when in fact it will not. That is not democratic. It is misleading. In reality, as Councilor Singh mentioned, there is nothing in the tax abatement proposal that actually takes residents' ability to pay into account. And so to me, that does not sound like tax fairness. It sounds like a tax unfairness policy. Voters deserve honest and balanced information, not messaging, which is what we have here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Is there any other councilor that wishes to get in the queue on this item? All right. Well, looking at the recommended action here, our deliberation began, and now the motion is to whether or not to postpone this item for further action until January 12th, 2026. And on the postponement motion, the clerk will please call the roll.
Counselor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman? Yes. Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter?
Yes.
Counselor Grant?
Yes.
Counselor Kane?
Yes.
Counselor Litwin?
Yes.
Counselor McKnight?
No.
Counselor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Counselor Schachter?
Yes.
Counselor Singh?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
No.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
So with 10 ayes and 2 nays, this item will be postponed until January 12th, and we will need new recommended action at that point in time. I thank you all for getting through a long deliberative agenda this evening, seeing no other, well, we suspended our rules just to the end of our deliberative agenda, and so we are required now to, absent objection, adjourn our meeting at 11:31 p.m. Thank you very much.